Welcome, trainers, guys, gals, non-binary pals. We are joined today at the finals of the Cobblemon World Cup. In fact, this music is not intense enough. We're going to need something a little bit, it goes a little bit harder here to start us off, as today we will see the showdown between Tropimon and Roanoke. After nearly a full month of battling, 32 teams started, and now we are down to only 2. The referees, Alam and Goldango, have been here throughout. Novoro, we have other referees. I believe Genotype is also here today. But let me hand off to my co-caster, my broadcast friend, Novo, who has been also the event organizer for this entire thing. Novo, how you feeling today?
Hello everybody, I'm so excited to finally be at this spot. It's been a long month. We've seen intense battles all throughout from 32 different servers, and today we are finally going to find out who is the best competitive Cobblemon server we currently have. We're down to the last 2 titans of the tournament, and I can't wait to find out who's going to be bringing home the trophy.
Me neither.
Now, I do want to get Virtuosita or Vert over here to the battle hall, so feel free to warp over here whenever. But before we start all of our matches, I do want to just give a quick mention to all the people that have helped make this possible on the development side of things. So Vert, follow me into here, and here we do have a credits book. So just to quickly shout out all the names, we of course have the other event organizers, Heroku and Maslippy, of course being the main people that helped to greenlight this project and set a lot of these things in motion. On the second page, the Showdown devs who helped us create the Cobblemon.showdown.com website, which ended up helping be a huge tool in fostering the competitive scene, as well as testing out a lot of the formats before we added it to the World Cup. Just Sanji, Master Sans, Pichad, and Fiddy, huge thank you to them. From the developers, we have Neo Vitalism, who was the biggest contributor when it came to making sure that the tournament mod was nice and functional. He was the first one to get clauses working in Cobblemon. So thanks to him, we have a nice way to implement rules such as species clause. We also have Black Spirit and Tyzillion, who were massive in helping around the map. You know, you might be able to see a lot of things like floating NPCs or moving NPCs all around the map. NPCs with cool animations like the balloons that you might have seen in previous streams, and Complacency as well, who contributed with making sure that all of the replays after the matches have been available. We have been sharing those in the Cobblemon Showdown Discord, and he has been, you know, one of the best tools that's come to logging any sort of battles that we had upcoming. So that is hosted on the Cobblemon Tools website as well. And moving on to the next page, we have the project build managers. The map is responsible for building this incredible map is the Cobblemon build team, as well as a couple of volunteers from servers who have all contributed. The managers of said project, MJ's bra, Azuzu, Sam Iron, and Who is Voxel. Huge shout out to helping organize all of this and making sure that all the builders were but also all on the Cobblemon build team. Yes, a lot of this work wouldn't have been possible without them. All of the builders that helped out with this today: Dynamite 2PTO, Nixter 434, Addy Bromad, Drew Lordy, Tortinolo, Alicia, Ali Dragon, Dalfinian, Spiced Ice, and Valorous. Thank you guys so much for helping put together this beautiful map.
Amazing job. And this map will be available for download. Just quickly mentioning that after the conclusion of the tournament and shortly after, I'm sure there'll be some processing time, but this map will be available for you to download and battle on.
Yep. Moving on to artists, responsible for both the bracket graphic as well as the team jerseys. Jackal Tens has been massive in helping a lot of these and adding a lot of flavor to the World Cup. We also have Jesty, Genotype XD, Totally a Hobo, Mathis, Glitch Rat, Joseph, Sterezo, and Sunburnt. all contributing when it comes to either coming up with models for the statues, the Goldango animations, art that you might see elsewhere in the graphics that we had leading up to the Cobblemon World Cup. We've had the Twitch or the stream overlays. So all of these guys, a massive thank you. You know, just adding so much more beauty to this project, captivating everybody with all of the things that we have shown off all around the map. And lastly, we have the referees, Genotype XD, Mia Lam, and SPG. Without them, monitoring these matches would have taken so much longer. We probably would have had to delay every match an extra, 40 minutes just to make sure that everything went smoothly. But thanks to these titans, every single match was able to go at a pretty reasonable time. Making sure that, you know, whenever we did run into any sort of issue or whenever we had scheduling overlaps, these guys did take care of things on the opposite end of or on the other side. So huge thank you. And it seems that the book is missing some, but I do also want to shout out the content creators, of course. Of course, we have Virtuositas who's here with us right now. Feel free to, you know, talk about, you know, the stream or how the streams have been so far, Vert.
Oh, this has been insane. I mean, I've never done anything like this. I started out not feeling comfortable at all talking about singles battles even. And I'm certainly no master, but I have come a long way, I think. And I think that this whole experience has just been insane. I on my bucket list was always like become a ring announcer, you know, one of those ladies and gentlemen. And this is a nice little outlet. This has been so much fun. Thank you, Novo, for joining me. I think we've done every single one together, I believe. There was one where you were having AC issues, but you were still there. We've had a good time.
Yep. Yep. And I also want to shout out the other creators. We've had Harold Bearman, who also picked up a good amount of the live streams, was able to commentate for many of them over on Twitch. A huge thank you to him. I believe that he was able to cover around 4 to 5 different match days, which was huge. There was also Vivica, who helped cover one of the match days early on. Huge shout out to them. Their Twitch is, of course, still in the newsletter channel. All of these people you can find in the main Cobblemon Discord newsletter. Their links are still posted. And lastly, we have Celtic, one of the people who originally joined in as a participant for the Cobblemon World Cup and then ended up taking a spot as a media streamer for the Cobblemon World Cup, you know, being able to provide a different perspective to the overall tournament. So thank you to all of you guys for being able to, you know, kind of make sure that the people are seeing everything that's going on in the tournament itself. And just having everything be, you know, presented in a really entertaining way. You guys did an incredible job with that. Thank you.
This has been, I'm really excited that we have a paper trail, so to speak. There is a history for the 2025 inaugural competition, Cobblemon World Cup, and people will be able to watch these streams back if they want and see the history of the limited meta as it evolves over time. Very exciting. And I can't wait for the next one. But but today we still have some matters to attend to.
Yep, I see you're already flying over there, but you know, as the match time comes near, it is gonna be time. We are having the final the final matches of the Cobblemon World Cup 2025, the end of the very first Cobblemon community event, bringing over 200 different people from all around the scene together. And as we head in, let's enter the arena for the very last time.
Oh my!
Well, I think you might have made a wrong turn, but maybe you know the arena a little bit better than me.
Oh, I'm heading right in to the battler's box.
Right in? Beautiful. I was in the spectator arena, but we both found our way. Now, you might hear a little bit of sounds in the background. The goat horn band, which we previously had.
I'll turn it on.
The goat horn band that was previously in place. Has been lifted solely for the finals. So, you know, we have a good, 30 people, 40 people online, all looking to spam goat horn. So it might get a little loud sometimes. We'll, of course, control the volume.
Yeah, I'll be. Unfortunately, I'll be turning it way down because I don't know if I can talk through it.
No worries, no worries. That's fully understandable.
It will just cause me to giggle at certain times too if somebody plays the right one. So, gotta watch out.
Yep.
Now, as it draws time, we only have 5 minutes before the first coin flip, where Goldango will be deciding what format we will be taking on, whether it's singles or doubles to start off. And Novo, in this remaining time before we get going, I'd love to pick your brain about what you think we're going to see today. These teams have had, the most battles so far in the tournament. Of course, they've been having the most number of battles, but also some extremely high quality battles. And is there anything that you expect to see? Are there any sort of trickery you expect to see? What are you looking for today?
I mean, when we take a look at both of these teams, usually most of the time that we're able to kind of sit in this pre-match lobby waiting for the match to start, we have these discussions of, which team you think favors the singles, which team might favor the doubles. This is one of those times where it is genuinely, I don't think there is a favorite in either format. You have heavyweights on both sides of the field, whether it's singles, whether it's doubles, it doesn't matter to these both teams because they have the heaviest of hitters remaining in this tournament. They're going to be able to always send out an incredible battler for all 5 games if it comes down to 5 games. So there is just, there isn't any sort of advantage here at any single point. The only thing I can really mention is that Tropimon is still the only team in the entirety of the Cobblemon World Cup to still go undefeated. They have won all of their group stage matches. They've won all of their knockout stage matches to make it all the way here to the finals. Roanoke did only suffer 1 loss in the group stage on their very first day, but after they took that first day loss, they've just been able to make their way all the way to the finals since, bouncing back excellently. So from here on out, it's really just going to be a battle of wits, a battle of game, seeing who maybe trying to snipe a better team matchup against the other. But when it comes to skill level, these are 2 of the best teams. And I don't think that there's any battler who's going to be, outmatched by their opponent in this setting.
Oh yeah, this is going to be incredible. I will say, there is no, as you said, I don't think there's any distinction for me between these teams skill level wise. I'm excited to see every single battler that they're going to be sending out. Every single match I think is going to be high octane or April juice, to reuse my own joke. And I can't wait. I cannot wait. We are 3 minutes away. Is there any, now, we've seen sort of somebody like White Spaniard has used the same team throughout the entire tournament. But in this case, do you expect to see, and we've talked about this a bit, but do you expect to see any sort of innovations coming through in these last moments? If there ever was a time, now is the time.
I think that when it's finals, I think innovating in the finals might be one of the riskiest plays you can make. But because of the caliber of players here, if anybody could do it, it would be them. But what I do expect to see is teams that we've seen in previous matches show up. I think we're very likely to see true and tried teams that have already succeeded in the tournament in the past. I'm not expecting the most innovation. I think that when you're able to find a team that works for you in the World Cup, I think that from there on out, it's your best move to maybe just improve it for any sort of matchup that you might have in the future, but you don't really change too much of the general concept, I feel like. If anybody does have a very recognizable team, I would say on Tropimon's side, we have Adelias with the Ballad of Matt and Micah. Definitely one of the legendary doubles teams that we've seen here.
Agreed.
And over on Roanoke, Pope of Arceus, notorious for bringing a Pelipper Rain Basket Legion team. So I would expect those 2 to maybe be making another appearance again. Definitely some teams that have, carved out a name for themselves in this format. But we'll just have to wait and see from here on out. We are less than a minute away from coin flip. Alam, are you here and ready to flip the coin?
I am definitely ready.
A little short and on the left of vert.
Yes, sir. It's time.
Oh, there you are. Goldango is ready.
For the
Dango has
very last
thrown the
time.
coin for the last time in this tournament. He's examining it. He's got it picked out. It's heads. We will see some singles matches.
Singles
Oh,
to
yeah.
kick off the tournament. We've got some great names that we bring up here. Usually for singles, we see Master Sans be one of the players that kicks off the majority of singles matches for Tropimon. I see on the opposite side of the field, Roanoke has a lot of heavy singles players. Ambi, their manager, they have Arceus, who's been taking match after match. We have Pope of Arceus, who, when it comes to any format, he's comfortable in both. He could be one of the first people to go through. On Tropimon, there's Master Sans, there's Pichad, that have all made appearances in the tournament, and so regardless of who gets sent up, just expect this to be a crazy clash between two titans of the game.
Oh yeah, this is going to, I think, very quickly heat up.
Yep, we are going to be waiting for both players to send over their team sheets.
I'm going to focus on just getting some nice visuals here for now. This is the calm before the storm, everyone. We will soon have our battlers picked out and find out what the first match will be between these two titans.
The first sheet is in. It's from Tornade, which is, I believe, Tropimon.
Beautiful, beautiful.
The battler will be Gothmog. Gothmog. Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, no, for Tropimon.
Oh, you're saying Tornad sent it in. Okay.
Yes. All right. I will share them with Novoro so he can share them with the stream ASAP.
Awesome.
Splendid.
That's the first one.
Keep the chat going, everybody. I love seeing the contention. Keep it friendly, but this is I love that there are big communities here, and a lot is on the line. Pride is on the line, and of course, a ton of skill and effort for these battlers and teams.
160 people currently watching. Wow.
Our first stream,
amazing.
I think, went to about 300 viewers, and this is, it's wonderful to see you all here. And we're glad that you have stuck around for this tournament. Let's see here. And once I get access to these sheets, I will send them your way, folks. And of course, for singles, we will only see the 6 Pokemon. It will not be full team sheets in the same way that it would be for VGC. But you will be able to... We have a zoom mod. There's a zoom mod, don't worry. But you'll be able to see what 6 Pokemon are lined up against each other.
Yep, I believe we are still waiting for the Roanoke sheet, if I'm not mistaken. I'm guessing that they're just getting all of their battlers organized. We do still have about 2 minutes before kickoff.
Well, we saw the lineup, and the only thing that stood out between the two is Tropimon, for this whole time, they're a bit understated. They all have had matching jerseys and skins for the entire tournament, and they were lined up in a line very neatly, while Roanoke was a little bit more all over the place. I don't know what this means for their tournament methods, but I can say that as somebody who was taught, when in athletics training as a youth, you learn presentation is a big part of sport, even just like sort of mind game wise. And I like how Tropimon was so settled there. I do.
Yep, all calmly waiting on their side. Looks like Roanoke has also settled down. They have all opted to stay on one side of the podium. Interesting. I wonder if it's for the intimidation factor.
Master Sans standing underneath the podium, staring them down.
Oh man. Now let's see, let's see. I'm curious to know exactly what these matchups. There's a lot of people that I really want to see battle. I mentioned this in one of the Discord chats before, but I really hope there's a couple matchups that I really do want to see. I want to see Adelias face down Pope of Arceus in doubles. I want to see Jebdasti face down R7 in doubles. I'd love to see Ambi face down Master Sans in singles.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh man.
You mean, and when you say Ambi, you are saying a god of CWC Ambi,
Oh, sorry,
correct?
God of CWC
Oh, yeah, we
Ambi.
don't dead name
Of
around
course,
here, so.
of course. Let me get the full name right out there.
Next time I'm changing my name for this.
He
It's gonna be broadcaster.
he's he's put all his aura on the line. He cannot lose
Very
today.
true.
Because he's stuck with that name for at least another 28 days or so.
For those unaware, the manager of Roanoke changed their Minecraft IGN to God of CWC Ambi for this tournament, and in fact, only about 4 days ago, as Novo recently mentioned. That is absolute commitment. Love to see it.
All right, I have received the team sheet from Roanoke. The battler will be Gyat Dyer.
All right.
I will send both sheets to Novoro and Vert.
And feel free
Please
to
share
the
them.
match.
Yeah, exactly. Please share them after I've queued up the match. Confirming that both battlers are ready.
Ooh, I like the name of this one. Ooh.
Yep. Feel free to share it once both battlers are in team preview. We have queued up the match.
I have learned my
man.
lesson. I will be patient here.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's see. Another thing about the Roanoke team manager is that before the tournament began, they pledged that if they won the entirety of the World Cup, they were going to get a Roanoke tattoo on them.
No way.
So,
Oh
that's
my God.
there are screenshots of it. It's been sent many times. So this guy, he's put a lot on the line for him.
Very real stakes.
Oh my God.
Okay, all right. Well, Ambipongus, very committed and very confident. I hope they have a good tattoo artist. Although they have an incredible rival to face down today. So we'll see whether or not they can take it down. And did we just start the match? It looks like Tropimon
They
and
are in
Roanoke,
team preview.
they're on different sides than their bench, potentially, if I'm seeing this correctly. We might want to flip-flop the benches. Or maybe they just have to stand in enemy territory.
No, it's okay. It looks like Tropimon's heading over. Roanoke is heading over.
Okay, we'll see if I might have to change the stream icons. We'll see what happens here. But let me post these up now for you since these battlers are in team preview. We have a Roanoke paste for you all there and Tropimon incoming. Okay, there are those Poke pastes for you all to follow along with the battles. And it looks like we are seeing that Cinderace Mamoswine team we've seen before, I feel like, potentially out of this Tropimon team. And on the other side, we're seeing an Avalugg, Hisuian Samurott, Garganical, Dragonite, Goldango, Meowscarada. There is actually, this is some of the lowest crossover we've seen in these later matches, I feel like. As on the other side, there's a Whimsicott, Goldango, Slowking Galar, Hisuian Samurott, and really I think the Goldango and the Hisuian Samurott are the only Pokemon shared between these two, and then Cinderace and Mamoswine.
Yeah, I think that this might be Whimsicott's debut as a singles Pokemon in the CWC
Oh
so
wow.
far. You know, it's very common to see in doubles, but in singles, it's practically been non-existent. I'm guessing that it's here for its matchup into Meowscarada, into Hisuian Samurott, fulfilling probably a very similar role to Shiinotic that we have seen in the past
Ah,
in,
okay.
you know, resisting the stabs of two of the best Pokemon in the tier. Oh my goodness.
Whimsicott. Hey, so this could be a little bit of that innovation here. I don't know whether that's something that you pull out to specifically try to counter one of your, known battlers here. A lot of these teams have
Yeah.
used similar team sheets throughout the entire tournament, I think. But in this instance, I wonder
Yeah.
if this is like a play call here, or if it's just something they thought would work generally well.
Yeah. Oh man, I do also want to mention this is the finals, and both teams opting to have a battler make their debut.
Oh,
Gothmog
wow.
debuting for Tropimon, and Gettired making their debut for Roanoke. Their first match in the entirety of the CWC, and they're coming out for game one of the tournament. I love it because when you have two people making their debut at the exact same time, it feels very evenly matched all across the board. And you know that, the strategy here is to save your best battlers for when it's needed towards the end. And the match has begun. We see Whimsicott face off against Hisuian Samurott. Very nice lead by Gothmog, immediately putting himself in a favorable position facing down against this Hisuian Samurott. Whimsicott able to throw off Giga Drains over here. I doubt that we're going to see any sort of status moves come out from the Whimsicott because this is, of course, a dark type Hisuian Samurott. Prankster would fail into it, assuming that that's what this Whimsicott is running. We do see Get Higher switch out. In comes the Glow King. Moonblast chipping it down about 8%. Dropping Glow King special attack. Interesting. We're likely going to see both switch out over here. Glow King, of course, very free to just go for something like the Chilly Reception to keep momentum kept up. We could see the Goldango come out on Gothmog's side of the field. I wonder if you just make the really ballsy play and stay in with your Whimsicott, knowing that Chilly Reception is so free, because they could, of course, anticipate your Goldango coming in. They could anticipate your own Slowking coming in, and you are at -1 special attack. I guess you don't need to make those plays when you're in a tournament or in a finals like this. So a lot of the times you do want to make the safer play. You don't want to put yourself in an immediate position where you're off to a bad start. So I doubt we would see that here. Very likely that we're just gonna get the safe plays.
Well, I look forward to finding out. This is already off to a start that perhaps no one could predict. We have the two new battlers to the tournament showing up after many rounds of battle and finally getting to use these teams. There is a bit of course, power in the unknown here. We see a Stun Spore come out and miss from Whimsicott as Chilly Reception does go off for the Glow King. Named Glow King as well versus Jiraiya, of course, Master Sage. And we have a properly panted Goldango, a half netherite shiny Goldango come out. Sagan. What an incredible name and setup for this Goldango as it comes in against Whimsicott and promptly leaves the field for Meowscarada as Hisuian Samurott comes onto the field, potentially expecting a swap here. And these players are moving quickly already.
Well, Meowscarada, of course, looking really nice against the opposing Samurott. The U-turn is extremely free to go here. You could honestly even pick up the KO. I imagine that if you're Gothmog, you don't want to keep the Hisuian Samurott on the field. You can. This is one of those opportunities where you can just bring in the Whimsicott.
People are mentioning. Can you check the Novo?
Yes, I am noticing. So one of the singles battler does seem to have sent in the wrong team sheet. For singles, it doesn't matter for the battlers themselves.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Actually,
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
But
maybe we'll get a proper team sheet. For some reason, this team sheet that was sent was incorrect. Harking back to what I said about the organization of Tropimon, I'm not trying to take any shots anywhere here, but the wrong team sheet is a scary thing to see at this point. Not that big a deal for this situation, as it is more about the battlers knowing what's going on. They have their proper team previews, and so we're not too worried about it.
We do see the U-turn hit into the Whimsicott. Glowking back on the field, able to face it down again. This time, no longer having its special attack drop, and the Whimsicott, of course, being chipped a good amount. So Gyatire has been able to get himself in a better position here.
For those asking, I can't really make the box any bigger, unfortunately. It'll only... Well, actually, I can make it one more bigger. Hold on. Let's see.
I think in base Cobblemon that might be about as big as it gets.
Well, you can GUI scale up. So I have GUI scaled up.
Nice switch by Gothmog. Switching into a predicted Toxic, being able to pivot his own Glowking in, and now we have two Glowkings facing off against each other. Both of them setting up a future sight. Notably, Gyatire's Glowking did end up moving first. Okay, they are speed tied, because now we do see that Goth's Chilly Reception comes out first. Unfortunate a lot of the times, because you do want to have the slower Chilly Reception. So if you are speed tied, it does make it a lot more, a lot trickier. Vert, I am gonna send you a different team sheet. The manager of Roanoke has sent me it. This should be the correct team sheet. Some EVs are mentioned on there, but it's very, very standard. It's whatever.
Yeah. Pay no attention to any sort of like abilities or other information on these singles poke pastes, as they are often misleading at best.
Yep.
We are seeing a bit of thought going into this Chilly Reception on who they're going to swap to. You know, do you ever... I don't know what you were about to say. Interrupt me if you like, but all I wonder is, do you ever just like wait during a Pokemon battle and just make somebody think that you're thinking harder than you are?
Honestly, sometimes if I know I'm playing a long game, I feel like if I know I have to make a really bad play to get my head back in the game, I'll try to psych my opponent out by just taking my time. Very likely something that we'll see over the course of this match. Both, of course, going for Chilly Reception. I should note, unlike Teleport, Chilly Reception isn't a negative priority move. It tends to go last just because Slowking has a very low base speed. But when Gothmog's Chilly Reception came out first, it still meant that other things such as Toxic Sludge Bomb were possible to have come out. So that is something you have to consider. Just because your Chilly Reception goes first doesn't mean that your opponent's Chilly Reception is coming right out. I see Meme Lord Requiem in the chat saying, does Samurott not get Sharpness in Cobblemon? It does. In base Cobblemon, it's actually one of the Pokemon that can get it, because any Pokemon that you can currently fish in the base game, there is a berry that helps increase the chance for a hidden ability to get fished out. Yep. See, Meowscarada hit the field again, facing down against the Whimsicott. Immune to any of the Prankster moves, but doesn't really threaten any major damage. It, of course, can get a heavy Moonblast sent into it in return, but we're likely just going to see U-turn into... U-turn into the Whimsicott, and probably the Slowking coming right back out.
And for those wondering, this current tournament is existing slightly outside of the base Cobblemon meta that is currently available, as hidden abilities across the board are allowed during this tournament. However, as Novo said, the Pokemon that do get hidden abilities in Cobblemon currently are only those that are fishable. And we see a U-turn come out as the Whimsicott leaves the field in favor of Slowking Galar, and this Meowscarada will be leaving the field as well, as these players are having a chess match so far. They are repositioning over and over. The future sight goes into this Hisuian Samurott, while on the other side of the field, the Glowking takes the future sight to about 38%. and in a bit of danger here, I'd say.
Yeah, Guatire has been absolutely phenomenal when it's come to pivoting all of his Pokemon in. He's always really seemingly had the upper hand. He just finally got the spike set up on the opposing side of the field as well. Getting the Samurai into a position where it threatens that KO on Slowking, as well as just being able to set up a very free Ceaseless Edge. He currently definitely does have the momentum going on in his favor. He seemingly always has a good matchup into the Pokemon in front of him. So right now, it does look like Guatire is slightly in the lead right now.
And another reposition as Slowking comes back on. A Giga Drain comes out, not doing anything here.
Yeah, well done by Guatire, making sure that his Pokemon... I don't believe that any of his Pokemon have taken any major damage, actually, in the entirety of this match so far. Making sure that he's in a really comfortable position, playing very, very well right now.
We are only just getting started. Of course, there can be a cascading, and we've seen the impenetrable walls before that Gat seems to be setting up here, but you never know what these players are going to do, and sometimes it comes down to a single turn, defining a single Pokemon or even a single crit. Now, last time these Pokemon were on the field, we did see Whimsicott leave the field, I believe, but you never know. As these turns go, these players will be sort of learning each other's flow as well.
Guatire, very free to go for something like setting up the future site over here. I'm curious to know what Gothmog has in mind to start kind of getting some momentum going so far. He, of course, has his own Hisuian Samurai. We don't see that come out. Instead, we see Mamoswine going to benefit off of Guatire's chilly reception because it will get that snow defense boost. But we're still likely going to see maybe a Hisuian Samurott come in or a Meowscarada. Actually, the Avalugg on his team is also very free. It's also getting that snow defense boost. And there isn't really any move that Mamoswine would be able to go for here to really do some major damage to the Avalugg, should that be the Pokemon that comes in.
Yeah, it certainly can eat the Earthquake, and we have seen Goldango on an air balloon. Of course, it would be in danger of losing its air balloon rather immediately afterwards to an Ice Shard, but by the way, actually, is there another use case for that? We haven't seen very many ground type attacks throughout this whole thing. Maybe a little bit of coverage, but because of the lack of TMs, it's often not that big of a threat. Here we see the Hisuian Samurott come back onto the field, threatening another layer of spikes potentially, or a big Razor Shell.
Yeah, I believe Razor Shell should be able to pick up a KO, and actually the snow did end up stopping. That past turn, I didn't see that the chilly reception wasn't activating a new layer or new condition of snow, but that defense boost is no longer active. We do see the Whimsicott hit the field, takes no spikes damage, so this is heavy duty boots. And eats a Razor Shell pretty comfortably, but it's going to have a really tough time regenerating any health over the course of this match. Its only form of recovery is either through Giga Drain. If it's running Leech Seed, that could of course be an option, but it doesn't have Synthesis or anything like that, which is something that makes Shiinotic more popular, or Strength Sap, which makes Shiinotic a lot more popular. Shiinotic, of course, also doesn't have to worry about Prankster moves hitting into Dark types. So I wonder if right now Goth might be regretting the choice of Whimsicott over. The stays in, predicting a status move. Well played by Guatire. And this Whimsicott's gonna go down this next turn if it stays in.
Wow.
Of course, Leech Seed is Prankster. Or Dark is immune to any Prankster status effects that hit it. Looks like he was expecting that the Hisuian Samurott to switch out, not wanting to tank anything like a Moonblast, but Guatire read into it, and now Gothmog is really looking like he's on the back foot with very little room to, kind of make his way into the match. He still hasn't been able to set up a spike, and his team has been getting chunked heavily without being able to do any major damage to Guatire. We do see Glowking come right in.
I was just about to ask, actually, if you thought that this Whimsicott was pretty much effectively fully walled by the Meowscarada and the Hisuian Samurai, and it seems that way. Of course, if Jiraiya and Gothmog had predicted he would stay in, maybe we'd see the Moonblast, but we don't, and we see Gyat gaining more and more ground here. Do we get the paralysis? This time the Sunspore does land, and the Glow King on Gyat's side of the field is now paralyzed, likely for the remainder of this fight, as it Chilly Reception's out. The snow does start back up. Both Avalugg and Mamoswine present in this battle, potentially favored or boosted by it.
Yeah, Meowscarada super free to go for something like the U-turn here. It would pick up the KO on the Whimsicott, and it's going to be able to, kind of position itself. We do see it go down. The Whimsicott does go down. Now, with the Glow King on Guataya's side being paralyzed, it adds this kind of funny layer to the match where, of course, its Chilly Receptions are going to be slower than Gothmog's for the remainder of the match. But that paralysis chance, I believe it's, 25% to not move at all, could, come into major play. Let's say that we do have two Glow Kings that Chilly Reception. If one gets paralyzed and invites the dark types from the other team in, it's gonna put it in a much more tricky position. But sometimes you don't worry about it too much. If you are able to go through and you do always get the slower Chilly Reception, it puts you in a more favorable position. Now we see both Hisui and Samurott staring each other down. Kameto versus Scotland.
Now in this position, we do see that the far Hisuian Samurai does take spike damage, not rocking any boots. We see Scotland leave the field for Avalugg, in favor of Avalugg, to eat this Ceaseless Edge and threaten a Rapid Spin. Avalugg, of course, being too big for the screen.
There are times where we've seen players try to muscle their way through an Avalugg through Razor Shell spam, praying for the defense drops. In the snow, I doubt that it's something that you even try going for. We have, I think, another 2 to 3, or we have like another 3 turns of snow remaining, so it definitely wouldn't be in their best interest to go for it.
No, and we have seen plenty of recover. It's pretty hard to get through that Avalugg defense and its ability to recover in this limited meta.
Yeah, I mean, an option that we could see is Gothmog go for the Gholdengo to prevent the Rapid Spin from going off. But of course, another move that Avalugg likes to run is Crunch to hit any Gholdengos that might want to switch into it. We do see Gholdengo come on. Oh, and the crunch does come out, doing more than 50% to the Gholdengo. Really nicely played by Guatire. He's just not letting up.
Just saying.
Yeah, he is just... Oh, yeah, that's true. So this isn't going to be a balloon or heavy-duty boots Gholdengo. Neither is it leftovers, leading me to believe that it is very likely going to be a choice-locked one, either Specs or Scarf. It could also be Life Orb.
These players are starting to read each other, of course, and now Gyat has to figure out how to counter this Gholdengo, who could be trying to set up, could be trying to go for a big make it rain, and it could be, if it's choice specs, extremely dangerous. We see the Hisuian Samurott come back onto the field, taking spice damage, make it rain into it to about 54%. That seems about middling from what we've seen during this tournament in terms of Gholdengo into Samurott damage.
Yeah, this could very well be either AV Samu or it could be a more defensive-oriented Gholdengo. When it took 50 or around 40-something% from Crunch, though, it makes me believe that maybe it's not running the most defensive set. Perhaps its EVs are allocated elsewhere. It could very well be Scarf as well.
We have seen the Scarf Gholdengo be very impactful in the past, where Shadow Ball comes out and just is more dangerous than the others would expect. So potentially we'll see that, but we see the other Samurott come back in as Megahorn goes out predicting the swap, and Samurott goes down for Tropimon. Almost
every single prediction right. Down goes the Hisuian Samurott. Oh my goodness. As soon as if Guatire is able to get his Avalugg right back onto the field, his spikes are not going to be coming up anymore, and he is currently in a very dominant position right now. Very nice Megahorn. right there.
Now, it is also not snowing for this Mamoswine once again, which is not what you want. We do see a swap. Samurott comes off, and both of these ice types are facing each other down. Earthquake out, and Avalugg eats it fairly handily to about 58%, is able to recover this off next turn, most likely.
Yeah, Mamoswine shouldn't be trying to muscle its way through over here. Man, I wonder. Oh, it does go for another Earthquake. What do we see? We do see the Recover come out. Recover very, very free. This Avalugg should be able to get its way all the way back to full. I wonder what Gothmog might try to bring in to, you know, not let this Avalugg do too much. I wonder if you might be a little bit too scared to bring your Goldango back in, knowing that it will go down to another crunch if they anticipate it. Maybe Cinderace, or maybe you do just try to muscle your way through. Oh, he did predict the Goldango to come in, so he did go for another crunch.
Now there is a swap.
And now,
taking advantage
do we
of
see
their
another?
recover.
No, we do see.
So
importantly, Avalugg Sturdy is right back intact, so it won't go down to a single hit from this Goldango. We do see Recover come out. In comes the crunch. A defense drop would be huge. No defense drop.
That crunch is doing about 40% damage, so while the Recover did gain some ground for Tropimon's side of the field, it's not staying ahead very much, and as you said, if there is a defense drop, this would be catastrophic. We do see a swap.
Yeah,
Samurott comes back out, takes the Make It
Is that
Rain
enough
to a
to pick up the KO?
7%.
Ooh, nice way to hold on. So this definitely isn't a choice locked Goldango either. I'm curious to know, maybe it's a Colbur or Castleberry. Those are the only other options I could really think of right now. Colburberry, of course, to tank any incoming dark type moves, and Cassib to tank any shadow balls from opposing Goldangos in this format.
Well, we know it's taken the crunch, so it can't be the dark type, but it could be It could be shadow. I mean, ghost, I suppose.
Oh yeah, Castleberry potentially.
Well, yeah, no, it can't be a Assault Vest. Well, we now see a moment where it's definitely not Choice Scarf, as we knew, so he comes off the field. Cinderace comes in to eat the Ceaseless Edge to 40% health. Ouch, not what you want. This Cinderace, of course, is threatening a bit, as there are spikes on the field. A court change could be impactful, but you'd be giving it up. Quick Attack comes out and does remove the Hisuian Samurott. Hey, that's something. We'll take that.
Yeah, only in the CWC will you see Quick Attack be used on a lot of Pokemon as a form of priority.
Yes, it is the lowest form of, but it is the thing that is available to these players, and so they are using it. Now we see Meowscarada come out, looking to likely just outspeed this Cinderace, and trying to threaten it. Of course, also threatening any switch-ins here.
Meowscarada does naturally outrun Cinderace, so even if neither are choice locked, Meowscarada should still be faster.
And the Cinderace redemption has a lot of pressure put on him right now.
Yeah, if you're Pichot, you know your Whimsicott already went down, so there isn't. This Meowscarada is actually about to start going crazy into his team. Knockoff should be very, very free to just chunk anything heavily. I think that Guattari has slowly gotten himself into one of those positions where he wins probably just by knockoff spam. We'd see the U-turn come out, picks up the KO on the Cinderace. Flower Trick opens up tremendously as well. And this is looking very, very scary for Gothmog. I'm not quite sure what he's going to be able to do to pull this back. Doesn't really have any sort of setup sweepers available. Maybe we could see some sort of games take place if this is maybe a swords dance Hisuian Samurott that likes to run priority and sucker punch.
We saw Goldango come in for Gyat on this side of the field, taking spikes damage for the first time. As Gothmog considers their next move here, as things are getting a bit dire. Down 3 Pokemon, with only Mamoswine, Goldango, and Slowking Galar, I believe, left in the back. And we do see Mamoswine come out, taking some more spikes damage. Threatening with an Earthquake here, but with that Avalugg in the back, just not that strong. But this Shadow Ball Goldango comes out first, outspeeding the Mamoswine. And Mamoswine goes down, potentially looking to try and force a switch here, but Gyat did not bite, as the other Goldango comes in, taking spikes to 29%. And this time, it is again Gyat who outspeeds. And this is looking over.
Is he wrapping the matchup right here?
As there's only one Pokemon left. This Slowking to 71%. Roanoke already celebrating on screen as Shadow Ball comes out, brings it to 21%. A Future Sight does come out. That won't even get to go off, as this Goldango will lock up this match on the next turn. As Shadow Ball comes out
again.
And Tropimon goes down in the first round of this tournament, finals, as Roanoke takes a 1-0 lead.
Huge win, being able to win with 5 Pokemon remaining. Incredible debut for Gyatai, showing up in the finals and, bringing it home for the team. Now it's up to the rest of the Roanoke team to keep this momentum going. And let's see. We'll see if they're going to be able to wrap it up in 3, or if we're going to have Tropimon fight back tremendously, which I do expect them to do. So right now, Tropimon will be deciding on the next format. And Tornad Blanche has said doubles.
Oh, we are going into doubles for the next round of this tournament. It will not be a best of 1 like the singles was. It will be a best of 3 as I baton pass off to Novo.
Sounds good, sounds good. Oh, man. That was really, really well played. There was never a moment where Gwatai really felt like he was in a bad position. He just kind of always made the right plays. He was never in a position where he was being immediately threatened, and he's been playing phenomenally all around. Now, we are going to be seeing doubles come up, and this is really, really exciting. We might see we're likely going to see either Pope of Arceus or Jebus T on the Roanoke side face off against either Edelias or R7 on the Tropimon side. I have received the first team sheet from Roanoke. And we are, I believe, just currently waiting on the Tropimon team sheet. Yeah, let's take over.
As a quick clarification for what I said, it's best of 3 for this next match point in VGC, but the battlers will remain the same through that set of 3.
Yeah, so it's very similar to the real life VGC tournaments where you will be seeing, everybody face their opponent in that best of 3. For singles, we do know that format tends to run pretty long.
Yes.
This is also modeled slightly after Smogon's main World Cup, where they do have a best of 1 where they rotate around to different formats. But for this one, we are staying on the OU. Let me see. I believe Yes, I just got the Tropimon team sheet.
Once these team
Let me
sheets are
share it.
settled and these battlers are in preview, we will share them for all of you to see. And these will be more full double battles, poke pastes, where you will be able to see the moves and abilities of these Pokemon.
Yep, I have exchanged it. Aram, feel free to queue up the match. Vert, let me send this your way. And I'm actually very excited because this was one of the matchups I really wanted to see going into the Tropimon Roanoke. We are going to be actually I'll wait for them to hit the field.
Beautiful, beautiful.
But I am very, very excited for this right now.
Yes, we have seen some incredible double battlers during this tournament. Crab, welcome. Get some sleep eventually. I know that's a challenge.
Oh,
with
you
a
are
little
free.
evolving crab.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this double set. Doubles has been one of my favorite favorite things to come out from this tournament. You know, at first I was very skeptical on what a double scene would look like for Cobblemon. You know, of course, there's Protect not really being around. I want to say that probably in doubles is where you see a huge impact on the lack of TM moves because there's a lot less strategies available, but people have made it work. And, you know, even though there is definitely a dominance of a lot of different team styles, you know, we see Dragapult, Talonflame, we see Primarina, Amoonguss. A lot of the best battlers in the tournament have been able to carve their own niche out. Both battlers have been sent in. It's going to be R7G7 representing Tropimon and Jebesty representing Roanoke.
And we do have
So
these team sheets to you as they are in preview. And you can start to get a sense. These are a little bit different than I think some of the things we've seen, but these teams are actually a little bit more similar in ways that I like. This Arcanine as a part of the Firegrass Water Core, I don't think we've really seen very much of during the tournament. Yeah,
Jebesty is going to be playing up the Palance, a very popular archetype in Gen 9, in early Gen 9 SV VGC. You know, one of those formats that tried to get Palafin in to do as much damage as possible. It's one of the teams I'm most excited to see. When I was on the VGC ladder, I was practicing a lot with that. But we will also be seeing our set bring in Hisui and Goodra, which hasn't made too many appearances. It's made a good handful in the tournament, but it is looking really, really strong into the opposing team. Of course, neutral to the water type attacks that we're likely to see. I don't think there's anything actually that hits it super effectively on Jebesty's side of the field. So that Hisui and Goodra looks like it's going to, you know, definitely be something that you bring in. Surely you bring in. Both teams rocking the Assault Vest Dragonite. I imagine that if you are Jebesty, you do want to probably bring in your own Arcanine, of course, to intimidate the Arcanine on the opposing side, intimidate the Tinkaton, intimidate the Mousehold in case that ever becomes relevant, and threaten some big damage with Flare Blitz onto the Whimsicott. Both Dragonites are running Inner Focus, so they are going to be immune to the Intimidate over the course of the match. Let's see.
Something interesting here to me is the Rocky Helmet on Amoonguss and the Focus Sash on the Fake Out user for R7. Oh, and we are underway. So let's dive into this battle now as Jebesty and R7G7 square off for the second match point between Tropimon and Roanoke in the finals of the Cobblemon World Cup 2025. And we do see a rain lead here out of Jebesty.
Yeah, I love the flying animation for Pelipper. We see the Palafin hard switch out, probably not wanting to get faked out, but instead the fake out goes into big gulps to Pelipper and Dragon Pulse into Great Ball. Nice turn one by R7G7. Now, while it might not look like it was the best turn for Jebesty, he did have his Palafin leave the field, meaning that next time it comes in, it will be in its 0 to hero form. Visually, it will still look like a normal Palafin, but in game, in the battle calcs and everything, it is going to be a hero mode Palafin. And that's going to be able to threaten some major damage later on in the match. Gigaton Hammer into Great Ball, doing massive damage. Hurricane into the Tinkaton, breaking the sash. And Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss going.
Already
Oh,
removed.
wow.
That's a very big thing here.
R7 playing very, very well to neutralize a lot of the things. We do see the Palafin come right back in. Oh my goodness. This Palafin is going to be threatening huge damage with Jet Punch. Honestly, in the rain, in hero mode, stab Jet Punch is probably going to be, with Life Orb, is probably going to be enough to pick off the Tinkaton right here. And if we see something like a Wave Crash go into the Hisuian Gudra, even though it's a neutral hit, or I mean a resisted hit, it should still do a massive chunk. But I do imagine that your only move here is just, of course, Jet Punch into Tinkaton. Hisuian Gudra is pretty annoying on the other side of the field, but I don't think it threatens major damage on the opposite side.
Now, this is a Mystic Water Palafin here, threatening, as you said, a ton of damage. Flip Turn also, of course, being a thing. We don't know what the fourth Pokemon is for Jebusty in the back, down Amoonguss already, but whatever it is, I'm pretty sure that this Gudra, does it have a 4 times resist to water, or does Steel, maybe it is only 2 times.
Yeah, it is 2 times.
Well, this is going to be, while this Palafin is a big threat, the only Pokemon on the other side of the field that would be really terrified necessarily is going to be that Arcanine, who I get the feeling we won't see potentially out of R7 during this match. And also another thing is that this Muddy Water from the Gudra, if it goes for it, it would be boosted by the rain and could get accuracy drops. I don't know if that could become relevant, but this is rocking a leftovers, this Gudra, so it will be sticking around a little bit longer than potentially expected.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tricky for Jebusty to break it down.
And it can protect as well, so it can get some moves in here or some turns passing to try and help with prolonging other Pokemon. If somebody doubling into it could be very dangerous, as it is the only Pokemon on that side of the field that can protect. And we see these players now taking their time, as this is a very critical turn. And here comes the Jet Punch into Tinkaton, it going down from 60 or 70%. Hurricane into the the very bulky Gudra to 82%, as Palafin is hit pretty heavily, 32% damage there. It cannot recover any health. I don't think there's anything on that side of the field that can help it recover either. Nope. So any damage done here is going to be very high value in getting this extremely powerful 650 base stat Palafin off the field. Now this Dragonite is rocking Thunder Punch. It is Assault Vest, so
threaten major damage here.
Yes, and it's threatening both Pokemon for sure, but this Palafin probably the top threat. And we'll see whether or not this
Palafin should be the fastest. Yeah, Palafin should be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Maybe we see something like a Flip Turn, but with the Amoonguss going down in the back, it's gonna be pretty tricky. You know, Amoonguss is one of the things that will take on Dragonite most of the time. Of course, it tends to not go down to a single hit. Maybe Choice Banded Outrage we've seen take down Amoonguss in a single hit, but this is Assault Vest. They wouldn't have the firepower for it.
You know,
so
as you said, this is Inner Focus. So I wonder if it even lives a Wave Crash from this Palafin. I don't know if it would. We see an Intimidate come out as Arcanine comes onto the field. Flip Turn goes into the Dragonite, taking it to 66%. A Wave Crash would have been close. I think it would have taken it maybe 20%. Thunder Punch comes out and sacrificing the Pelipper here, as a Dragon Pulse goes into the Arcanine. And only 2 Pokemon left on Jebusty's side of the field. They are potent Pokemon, but three Pokemon left on the other side for R7 and 1 unrevealed.
Importantly, this is going to be the last turn of Rain, so this is probably the only chance that Palafin will have for the remainder of the match to throw off a big Wave Crash. We could maybe see the Arcanine go for Howl to boost its own attack as well as the Palafin. Of course, that's going to be very dependent on the speed investment across the board. But if this Palafin isn't going to be able to take out the Dragonite's probably just going to have a wonderful time sitting on the field for the remainder of the match. Let's see, is this Play Rough? It is Play Rough Arcanine, and Arcanine does tend to outspeed Dragonite, so there is a chance that we do see it go down. But two Pokemon that resist the Wave Crash isn't looking too good for Jebsty. We see Extreme Speed to chip. We do see the Howl come out. Are we going to see Wave Crash?
We do see the Wave Crash.
Into the Dragonite,
it is enough.
Picks up the KO.
And now we see a Dragon Pulse removing this Palafin. Now, Play Rough on the Arcanine is potentially enough. With the Howl, I don't know whether it lives a muddy water, and now it has to contend with a Whimsicott as well. While it does have some good advantage over these Pokemon. Oh, sorry, actually, Play Rough against this Goodra won't be quite as effective as one might hope, because it does have, of course, that Steel type.
Wonder maybe you go for the +1 Flare Blitz into Goodra to try to get your own Citrus Berry activated. Muddy Water can always miss as well, and if the Goodra is able to go down, the Whimsicott's going to have a really tough time breaking down the rest of the team.
The Extreme Speed comes out.
Oh, didn't want to get Charmed. Dragon Pulse, and it looks like R7 should be able to clean up the match from here.
Critical hit also comes out. If there was any chance, I do think that kind of ruins it, because Arcanine just doesn't have any spread damage, and Giga Drain from this Whimsicott is enough to take match 1 for Tropimon. R7G7 coming out on top, 1-0 in this best of 3. Will have to win again to gain a match point, but that was a strong start for Tropimon here, as they are down 1-0 in this match.
Very nice to by R7. Definitely chose the best Pokemon to bring to this type of matchup.
Yes, that was a very strong lead. And against the Pelipper Raincore, I really feel like there was not much to be done against that Goodra. Of course, Dragonite did go down. They were able to chip through it, as it didn't have multi-scale or anything like that. But it was such a threat that it allowed Goodra to continue to chip away at their team, and really just never was threatened. I think that's a major issue here, that in order for them to come back from this, Jebsty is going to need to come up with a counter for that Goodra. Something to handle it. And it never even used a big muddy water that actually had some type advantage towards the end here. So there are other threats. Of course, they can change around their team, but I don't know what they're going to be able to do here, and they're going to need to figure it out fast.
Yep, I imagine that Jebsty, surely you bring in your own Dragonite here, because even if it is just neutral outrages, those are still going to go a long way, because you're not going to be OHKOing Hisui and Goodra. You're probably not going to be OHKOing Dragonite with anything either, so you probably do just need things that are going to do massive chip in return. Both players are in team preview.
Another thing is that Amoonguss going down early is just so painful. That Pokemon with the Regenerator is able to switch around a bit, able to get off high value Spores and Rage Powders, and it did not get to do anything during that last battle. It was swapped out. Is that correct? It was swapped out, I believe, turn 1, and as Pelipper was faked out, and from there it just ate too much damage. And it needs to be able to get something going, I think. I mean, potentially putting the Goodra to sleep might be one of the best ways of handling it.
It does have Sap Sipper, so you can't even Spore it. All you do is raise its attack.
No.
So this Goodra is looking very, very scary. Its only way of going down is if two Pokemon just double into it. But then, of course, that leaves the partner Pokemon on its side, able to just freely go for attacks or set up, whether it be Tailwinds or Charm the opponent. It looks very rough, and that's something you have to consider over the course of the match. Goodra has to go down for the rest of your team to shine. Now, I want to mention in the in-game chat, Hisako, owner of Tropimon, has already announced Gothmog will be banned from Tropimon for losing on the big stage. They don't play around over on Tropimon. Okay. If you lose, you get banned from the server, it seems.
That's toxic. I don't know.
Yep, a lot of pressure now
Apparently.
is on R7. Probably doesn't want to get banned either, so he needs to bring this win home.
Now, we have seen Dragonite before in these formats, and something important in the past has been whether or not Heroku has come out to push them around and give defense drops. So whether or not that happens, I do think that that could be a determining factor in this match.
Yeah, we see the Dragonite.
Good job
Dragonites on
ignoring
both
me.
sides of the field. So nice play for Jevsty, adjusting to bring in his own Dragonite. If he goes for Outrage here, it's gonna do some good chip all around. Of course, probably does threaten that one-hit KO on the opposing Dragonite. You just gotta hope that you are faster. We see the Howl come through.
To support. Outrage does come out from Jebesty. Sorry, from the other side of the field into the Arcanine, importantly, as Outrage goes into the Goodra. This is very important, I'd say, as Arcanine does go down to a Dragon Pulse. I'm curious. I mean, I suppose I understand why you do that. Maybe it has to do with something in the back, but this Outraging Dragonite is threatening both Pokemon rather significantly. Yeah,
R7's Dragonite did end up going first, which is going to be very, very risky. If this is a speed tie, he definitely doesn't want to be the one going slow. Ooh, instead we do see the Meowscarada come in, definitely going to be able to threaten a nice play rough into the opposing side. Or maybe it knocks off the Goodra, thinking that it picks up the KO.
I wonder if we'll see a swap here. Goodra could be protected, of course, if you're expecting to potentially take this Dragonite down, and if it's the only threat to the Goodra, you could also protect. There's a lot here. There's the protect. The protect does come out from Goodra for R7. Play rough into that slot, not going to be doing anything, and if the Outrage goes into the Goodra as well, this is a big turn.
Oh! Huge fairy type change. The Outrage does go into Meowscarada, but because of its fairy typing after going for the play rough, it is immune to the hit. Oh, that's very lucky, because Outrage could have targeted either one of the other fields, so it's nice that he was able to get it going into the Meowscarada. Or nice for Jebesty for it to go into the Meowscarada.
And Jebesty's Outrage does go into the opposing Dragonite. Now, I don't know well enough, is that an assured thing? If you have a Protect, will the Outrage not go into the Protect, or is that a 50-50 there?
I believe that it is a 50-50. I think that the only move that, you know, is a lot smarter when it comes to targeting is Dragon Darts from Dragapult. We've seen its smart tracking be insane.
Yes.
Not to detract from this match, but yesterday we did see a crazy team in the third place match between Squirtle Squad MC and Aureus MC. Aureus MC had brought a Sand team with full-on Bright Powder, Sandville, and Oko moves. They were going for moves like Guillotine and Fissure, and they actually were able to win a match by going with that strategy. Definitely the wackiest team. But, you know, we did see Dragapult's Dragon Darts shine in there, because if it knew it was going to miss into something like a Sandville Bright Powder Glass Square, it hit into the other Pokemon on the field and was able to pick up massive damage. But, you know, I do think that's the only move that has really smart targeting like that. Outrage itself shouldn't be one of those moves that does it.
Well, on that last turn, we saw the Outrage from R7 go into the wrong Pokemon, and then the Outrage from Jebesty's side go into the correct Pokemon. Well, yes, the correct Pokemon, as Goodra was protecting. And now we do have Fake Out pressure as Poppy Cutie, the Tinkaton, comes onto the field, threatening. It's got a Focus Sash. It's not in huge danger, and this Meowscarada is Fairy typing. So being very threatened by a massive Gigaton Hammer here. We do see the Meowscarada leave the field, resetting its typing as Amoonguss comes in, and Goodra leaves the field for Whimsicott as Fake Out goes into the Amoonguss. That is going to break the Focus Sash, unfortunately. There is some confusion, and
Jebesty's played this extremely well. His Amoonguss is looking phenomenal right now. Wow. Yeah, that's an unfortunate switch here, as Tinkaton's Fake Out call into the Amoonguss did break the Focus Sash, and then Dragonite, after the Outrage, did break through Confusion and Extreme Speed into this Whimsicott. Now, both Pokemon on the far side of the field may have speed on this next turn, other than Extreme Speed, of course, which won't, unless it's a very high damage roll, be enough to take out this Whimsicott. But I wonder what's left now for R7 strategically, as Jebesty still has pretty much all his tools intact. And you know, we talked about it, the handling of Goodra, the threat to Goodra being extremely important during this match.
As Tinkaton leaves the field and Goodra comes back on, the confusion here again, Extreme Speed does go through, but this time eaten up by the Goodra. Moonblast comes out, but only doing about 33% damage as Whimsicott is going to go down to clear Smog from the Amoonguss. As R7 is down to 2 Pokemon here. Tinkaton Fake Out Pressure active yet again.
Yeah, Jevsy in a really nice position. Dragonite, of course, can't be flinched thanks to its inner focus ability.
And
So it is going to be
Vest.
free to dish out a big attack. Yeah, it is going to be free to dish out a big attack.
With the Assault Vest too, it's not super threatened by this Dragon Pulse from the Goodra. I do think it'll be able to eat one from this health. It is still confused, I believe. It has not broken the confusion. It has gone through it twice, though. So whether or not this Dragonite gets its next move off will be impactful. And we'll see what this Amoonguss goes for. We see the Fake Out into the Amoonguss. It won't be getting anything off. The confusion goes through, and this time it does hurt itself. As Dragon Pulse going into the Amoonguss, I question the Amoonguss targeting there. I wonder if that was a mistake. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of my gourd, but
I mean, they probably think Tinkaton should be safe from any sort of outrages, and if Hisuian Goodra goes down, well, it's not really going to do too much over the course of the match, so maybe, you don't really care too much. But I guess the Amoonguss itself was the more immediate threat. We do see the Extreme Speed come out, but doesn't pick up any KO as the Great Ball Amoonguss finally goes down, and we do see Meowscarada and Dragonite facing down the Hisuian Goodra and the Tinkaton. Knockoff from Meowscarada should do some pretty good damage into the opposing Goodra. Maybe we see something like a Thunder Punch also hit into the Tinkaton. Or maybe the Meowscarada tries to target the Tinkaton. That way the Dragonite isn't going to be forced into something like an Extreme Speed to avoid Play Rough Tinkaton. But right now, I think Jebesty should be able to, bring this match home from this point forward. I can't really see any sort of moves that R7 could make to bring this back for him or for their side over here. Mm-hmm. But I have been proven wrong many, many times over the course of the tournament. So maybe there is just something that I don't see. My game sense might not be quite there right now.
No, it can be very hard to call these matches. I mean, of course, maybe pulsing into the Dragonite on the last turn would have brought in a swap before you're ready, but I don't see how this position is going to be benefited. I do think maybe the biggest asset on the side of the field for R7 is that Protect on Goodra. The threat of it, one, but using it, of course, as another piece. If this Tinkaton can be allowed to live, I do think that it could be massive. It can't Gigaton Hammer this following turn, but if it can get a move off, then this becomes a very dangerous battle for Jebesty, I'd say. And as much as it's sometimes you see a play and you're like, oh, I totally understand. Well, it's possible R7 has a win condition in mind here, but I'm not certain what it is yet. We do see Tinkaton eat the Extreme Speed, but Flower Trick goes into it as well, and it is down. The double
what
up.
What does Goodra go for?
Dragon
Pulse does it pick up? Oh my god!
That is painful.
1 HP Dragonite living the... Oh my goodness. Holding on for Roanoke. Oh man. Knowing that it was what made the difference in the second match. And, pulling through. We see the Protect come out. Dragonite gonna lock itself into Outrage. Meowscarada having itself locked into Play Rough. Maybe we see like Muddy Water come out and hoping for some misses all around. I don't think
might
Outrage
be the play, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe here you hope for the Play Rough to miss and the Outrage maybe not picking up the KO, but it should be. It does land. Outrage also does land. Jebesty evens up the score 1-1 in this double set. Jebesty brought it back for game 2, and we are going into an exciting game 3. Oh my goodness.
very exciting stuff. R7 jumping around, not too bothered seemingly. I'm sure the adrenaline is pumping for these battlers. And of course, I'm sure also that R7 is hoping to retain their status as a Tropimon player. Apparently, anybody on that side of the field could be in threat of losing their status as a part of that team or server. So hopefully he can pull this out just for his own ability to continue playing Cobblemon.
Yep. R7, a lot on the line for him. Should Roanoke win right here, it puts them in an extremely comfortable position for the remainder of the match. A lot is resting on R7's shoulders. If he loses right now, it means that it's up to Tropimon to play absolutely perfectly for the remainder of the tournament, or else their run is over and Roanoke take that trophy home. So R7 looking to make sure that that Tropimon don't go into that uncomfortable position, and Jebesty looking to just secure that win for Roanoke and making that trophy just feel like it's within arm's grasp.
Now, as much as this moment is very tense, I do think that it's interesting to talk about maybe sort of the free agent status that could be occurring as Tropimon. If they were to lose, that means at least 3 players would be banned from their server, and some other servers who are more hawkish or opportunistic could potentially be trying to pick up these players. I'm so sorry. This is not how it's not how this works, I promise, but hilarious. I mean, and I hope that is how it works.
In the in-game chat, we do have Roanoke staff member Dims saying we will welcome all of the banned Tropimon players onto Roanoke ourselves. Hasako doubling down, going they would rather be banned than playing on Roanoke. It looks like they want to avoid that server as much as possible right now.
Oh no!
But here we go. Oh well, man.
Yep. You heard it here, folks. The CWC, it's win or go home. It's win or delete your jar. And they are ready.
In the chat saying, I just saw a funny message in chat going, I wonder how many friendships CWC has destroyed. I mean, a lot of pressure all around. We've seen friends face against each other, but at the end of the day, Captain Blue, we're just messing around. There isn't actually going to be any sort of bans going through. Yep. Yeah, it's just the way that the teams are joking around in the in-game chat. But we do see Jebsty lead off with Amoonguss Palafin and R7 leading off with Tinkaton Dragonite. Both players bringing a different lead for the 3rd time in a row. I think this might be the first double set where we see 3 different leads every single match. Or a different lead every single match.
That's very true, actually. Yeah, this rarely happens. Now, this is a situation that's kind of tough for R7. I wonder if you preserve the Focus Sash on Tinkaton, because you can't fake out into the Palafin slot. I mean, you could if you expect them to maybe go for a flip turn. We do see the fake out. The Focus Sash will be broken on Tinkaton as Encore goes into Tinkaton.
Amazing play. That Tinkaton is now locked into fake out, which means if it wants to do anything, it is going to have to leave the field. Very, very good Encore play with the Palafin. Very ballsy, too. Because if your Palafin got faked out into Thunder Punched, it would have been down this exact same turn. But Tinkaton's Focus Sash... Yeah, Tinkaton's Focus Sash is also broken, and now this Palafin is extremely free to just go for a flip turn. Being able to, avoid having to hard switch out and, do some good chip on the way in. On the way out.
I gotta make sure to pay attention to nicknames. It's getting confusing in chat, but we do see swaps as Gudra comes in for the Encore Tinkaton and Pelipper comes in for the Amoonguss. The rain begins as flip turn is used from this baby Palafin to get it off the field and activate hero form. Amoonguss comes back and Outrage comes out into the Pelipper to 27% health here. This Pelipper is in danger. I don't know if this Pelipper is going to be able to get much else off, but it does have a Protect access, typically. I haven't looked at this moveset. It does have Protect. It's also rocking Life Orb, so it's not going to be sticking around very long, even if it does not go for the Protect.
Yeah, I really like the way Jebusy ended up pivoting that turn. He switched out his Amoonguss to get that Regenerator active, and with the flip turn on Palafin coming out, he was able to bring it right back onto the field, recovering a nice 33% back to his HP. and just basically keeping the Amoonguss on the field. So that was really, really nicely done to pivot around and get some HP right back.
Agreed. We do see the
Now,
outrage come out
both
into
Pokemon on the
Pelipper,
opposing side
and Pelipper
are
goes
still
down.
very healthy. Yeah, it is still very healthy. We see the Spore come out, and the Dragonite gets put to sleep.
Whew. Okay, well,
Ooh.
here comes Hero Palafin in the rain. The Pelipper did its job in terms of setting up Palafin to do the damage it needs to do, but now it is threatened. This Amoonguss is still alive, but it won't live this turn, likely, if it does go for the Rage Powder. It may live this turn because Dragonite is asleep. We'll see whether sleep turns become relevant. On that last turn, it did not eat a sleep turn, so it has an assured sleep turn here coming up. And this Palafin will need to do heavy, heavy work to try to get through this. I do think this is the safest turn to try to swap Amoonguss. After this turn, actually, is when the Thunder Punch will become active again. So if you wanted to get any Regenerator healing, now's the time.
A Wave Crash from Palafin right now, I'm really curious to see what kind of damage it's going to be able to dish out onto either Dragon on the opposing side of the field. I wonder if that is the move you go for. Oh man, it should be able to do massive amounts.
I think you're right. I mean, this is not a damp rock Pelipper, so this rain won't last forever. I think it needs to take advantage of this sleep turn, and it needs to go for something heavy. It will be able to follow up with the Jet Punch after. Of course, Extreme Speed will outspeed it, but Thunder Punch being more threatening. I think this is the moment. We do see the Wave Crash come out into Goodra, taking it to 38% health as Muddy Water comes out. No. Oh, and an accuracy drop on
drops
both.
the Palafin's
Massive.
Spore, but that Sap Sipper should just raise its attack. I guess it doesn't really do too much. Maybe predicting the Goodra to want to switch out. That attack raise doesn't really do anything. It just means that Jevesy in the chat going, "Oh, I'm dumb." It looks like he forgot the Sap Sipper ability, but it's okay. In the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't say it matters too much. It was really just going to be a little bit extra Giga Drain or Clear Smog damage.
Oh, and the Wave Crash into the Protect is big here. I wonder at the
Dragonite still
here.
Asleep.
Of course, Jebesty maybe just accounting for needing Dragonite to sleep, but now we have a Play Rough active from this Meowscarada. It is threatening both of these Pokemon, and I think you gotta deal with this Dragonite who threatens Thunder Punch here.
Yeah, surely the Dragonite maybe just goes for Extreme Speed on Meowscarada to try to get any chip out, because if it goes down to a single Play Rough, it's gonna be I was gonna say rough, but I didn't want to lead into that sentence. It's gonna look bad for
Wouldn't that be
it's
rough?
Gonna look bad.
I got you.
Awesome.
No. Well, I think right here, this is an interesting moment where if this Palafin goes for a Wave Crash again and stays on this Goodra, I wonder if a second Protect is the win condition for R7G7. We don't know what is in the back for them other than the Tinkaton, who's had its Focus Sash broken. And switching here doesn't seem like the right call, likely, unless you think that you're just going to eat a Play Rough, potentially. But this moment here is one of those turns where it probably will define the game, what these players choose to do. Massive Wave Crash damage. I don't know how many turns of rain are left, but not that many. Big Gulps came out on turn 2. This might be the last turn of rain.
Yeah, there is also a chance that Dragonite is asleep for a third turn. It's only burnt 2 turns of sleep so far.
It wakes up. It is confused, but it does push
Extreme Speed lands into the Palafin. Play Rough into Garson, the Dragonite. Does it land? It does, and picks up the KO. Becomes a Fairy type. Wave Crash comes out, picks up the KO, double KO. Oh my goodness. Huge.
Even after the double accuracy drop, this Palafin is able to put in work as they push through these double dragons threatening from R7's side of the field. And now it is Whimsicott and Tinkaton with some fake out pressure active. There's one Pokemon down on Jebesty's side of the field. So it is 3-2 here in terms of a Pokemon balance. And this is a Fairy type Meowscarada threatened by Gigaton Hammer. We've seen before. Actually, no, we didn't get to see how much damage the Flower Trick did into this Tinkaton last time. It was only at 10% health.
Whimsicott very likely to probably just charm on the opposing side of the field to lower something's attack. Meowscarada no longer able to take advantage of the dark type to be immune to Prankster, so we could see Charm come out and maybe the Tinkaton responsible to deal as much damage as possible. Surely it's a charm into the Palafin, now outside of rain, and then Tinkaton also hitting into the Palafin as well.
Do you think a Giga Drain KOs from this? I'm sure that these players are running the calcs right now, but if a Giga Drain does take it down, I wonder. I'm not sure about the priority of Charm, but this Jet Punch, I wonder if it's also threatening a KO. Of course, with the rain stopped, it is still a Mystic Water Palafin with an incredible attack stat.
Yeah, that is very true. Man, and Amogus is still alive in the back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And that's also going to be really tough for R7 to be able to break down. Oh,
we
man.
do see Palafin leave the field.
Amogus comes in,
fake out baited. As U-turn goes into Whimsicott to bring the Palafin back onto the field. An incredible play by Jevesty. Moving these Pokemon around well. Giga Drain into the Amogus. And this turn has gone incredibly well for Jevesty, I'd say.
Amazing.
Fake
Jevesty, I think, should be able to bring it home from this point forward. Played very, very well. Amogus, freest of Clear Smog's, able to come out over here. I mean, who knows? Maybe we see Gigaton Hammer like crit into Amogus and Giga Drain pick up the Palafin. There's it's not over until it's over. But if I'm Jevesty, I would feel really good with the position I'm in right now. We do see the charm go into the Palafin.
Jet Punch comes out and hitting for about 40% health, I want to say, onto that. Oh, and because this Meowscarada was able to lose its fairy typing, it does live here.
Crazy. I held my breath. I thought the Meowscarada might have gone down that turn.
Me too. I did as well. That health bar was moving. Oh, and it can be just so... now, importantly, this Palafin is not rocking a life orb or anything like that. It's not losing health unless it wave crashes, and it is incentivized to simply Jet Punch. I think that's going to be enough for this Tinkaton. I'm not entirely certain how much that last one did, but if this Tinkaton goes down here from the Palafin, I think that should be game. I wonder at the Giga Drain.
The moment Tinkaton goes down, it's over for the Whimsicott to pull it back against the Amogus. And even then, this
Tailwind comes out from Whimsicott. But Jet Punch does not get the KO.
Hangs down.
Knockoff takes out Meowscarada. Oh, so this Amogus at 81% is threatening, of course, Whimsicott with Clear Smog. And
Jevesty wins from here. I think he would. Oh, feel free to go for it, Cyber.
No, unfortunately, there's not much you can do against the Jet Punch. I just think that you had to get Palafin off the field, unfortunately.
Yeah, Palafin's Jet Punch should pick up the KO on Tinkaton, and Whimsicott shouldn't be able to do anything against the opposing Amogus. Should be a game wrapped up in this turn. We see the Charm come out. Jet Punch picks up the KO on Tinkaton. Clear Smog comes out. Does that pick up the KO?
It does.
It does. And Jevesty with his Palance team brings match 2 all the way back to Roanoke. Insanity, man. Insanity.
Wow.
Roanoke up 2-0 in this set. Oh my goodness.
And now,
this is looking crazy.
Tropimon will have to select the next format, whether or not it'll be singles or doubles. And whatever it is, if they do not win, then this tournament is over in favor of Roanoke. Roanoke is their Tropimon's back is against the wall here, and it all comes down to this, folks. This is what you love to see. Now, if Tropimon can mount a defense here, well, this is the moment. We will be going to singles as the call comes out.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, you know what we might see? We might see Master Sans faced off against Pope of Arceus. Oh. Sure, I think if you're Roanoke, you probably want to wrap it up here. Surely you send in the Pope. the GOAT of your team, who's been able to win every single match so far, undefeated in either format.
Incredible, yes.
Oh man, I wonder if he comes in. Of course, there's also CWC, or God of CWC, Ambi, who might be coming in to take on the singles match. I think if you're Tropimon, surely Master Sans is the one who comes out. He has been your best singles battler all throughout the tournament.
I agree. I agree that Master Sans makes the most sense here. You send out your players that have been putting in the most work to get you here. I do think that's a bit of an honor thing as well at the end. Is always nice. I've talked about the dynamics of choosing your players, your battlers, and when you choose them, and this does feel like a moment where you lead with your strongest players now. It's everybody's got to do their part to bring you to that game 5 at this point. And as soon as we have these poke pastes, we will share them with you as we go for these singles battles, and 6 Pokemon will stand between Tropimon and second place. They will need to get through this battle into the next one in order to continue this tournament.
Yep. Alam, have you received any of the poke pastes yet?
Yes, sir. I have received both poke sheets. I'm currently formatting them and sending them.
Oh man, I'm excited to see. This could potentially be the very last match of the first ever Cobblemon World Cup. Surely Tropimon doesn't get swept in the finals after making it this long. And we are going to have an incredible matchup come in. Oh my goodness.
Alright, the matchup ensued. Feel free to share everything.
I'll wait until I see these players in their previews, but we do have these poke pastes. I gotta try out some of these teams, I gotta say. Now, as a little matter of a shout out, perhaps, if there's if you'd like to talk to this for a moment, the showdown server that has been used for these players to practice and to determine some even meta things going on here, that server is accessible to anyone, correct?
Anybody's able to hop on at any moment. You're able to build your teams very, very quickly. It's very similar to the main showdown server if you played on there, to where you can just load up and play with a Cobblemon centered format. There is OU and VGC available, as well as a custom World Cup format. Both battlers chosen. Tropimon is sending in Master Sans, their golden child, and Roanoke is going to have their manager, Ambi, take the field, looking to bring home all 3 points. All the aura is on the line. Is Ambi going to close it out? Is Sans going to bring Tropimon right back in? This is going to be an insane match. 2 undefeated players in singles.
Now, I can't help notice that there's been a lot of trash talk, but I feel like Hisako should have been the one here, after threatening banning, and I just want to mention that maybe that's the way to go. But
yeah, I mean,
anyway.
R7 definitely devastated knowing that he's not going to be able to log on to Tropimon after this match.
I'm so sorry for R7, but
now, I want to point out, if you look at the team sheets, it does look so. We are going to be seeing 2 very opposite ends of play styles. Master Sans going to be looking to bring in hyper offense against Ambi, who's going to be bringing in Stall, and notably he brought a team White Spaniard Assault. It looks like he was he looks like he was heavily inspired. We've talked about White Spaniard more than any other player in this entire stream. Even when Aureus isn't playing, he's always being brought up, and that just goes to show how legendary his team was. It looks like Ambi did get inspiration, and he will be bringing it to the tournament, hoping to win with it in the finals. Now, let's see. Is White Spaniard's team just that dominant, or is it him that makes the team? We're about to find out between both of these battlers. Sans, I'm not sure. He always does complain about Stall, facing down Stall. It does seem to be his kryptonite, and this might just be the matchup that he was really hoping wouldn't pop up in the game. We see Fake Out go into the Cinderace flinching.
Oh, I like that as a stall piece of just having fake out on your Pokemon as just minimal chip every once in a while. A very interesting tactic here. As Cinderace leads off for Master Sands, who I'm just going to walk through the teams quickly here. There is an Alolan Ninetales on that Master Sands side of the field, a Ferrothorn, Primarina, Goldango, Hisui, and Samurott, and of course this Cinderace that's on the field. And on the far side, or on the close side on your screen, God of CWC is rocking an Alomomola, an Annihilate, a Tinkaton, Dragonite, Clodsire, and Garganical. And we do see a swap turn 2 into Garganical as Pyroball comes out and chips in about as much as a Fake Out does to Cinderace. Now, last time we saw White Spaniard use this team, it went to about 70 turns. And White Spaniard did eventually win, as was his way. But here, I wonder, we've seen Ambipongus play, I think, 2 matches and be successful in both, but now we will get a chance to see him play a very different team as Goldango eats up this Salt Cure. It threatens back.
Ooh, it is Covert Cloak, as it's not taking any Salt Cure or residual damage at the end of the turn. So nice item reveal. Shoot, wait a minute. If this is Substitute, if it happens to be Substitute, that could be very tricky. Actually, no. Earthquake should still be able to do some good damage in the event that this is a Substitute set, predicting it potentially. Oh, man. But that Covert Cloak looks like it's going to be huge over the entirety of the match.
We do have Roanoke players in chat now. Love to see it.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about these leads, just because I feel like if you're Sands and you're looking down a stall team, what you really want to be doing is trying to get your hazards up as soon as possible. Auroraville is never really... Ooh! Make it rain into the Annihilate. Rage Fist now at 100 base power. We've seen the Annihilates in the past outspeed Goldangos.
Yep.
So this is looking very, very scary.
And with this definitely Covert Cloaked, we know that this isn't a Scarf Goldango able to pick up that surprise outspeed here. And, of course, the Wish Alomomola does offer a lot of things. This is a Pursuit from Annihilate. An incredible tech choice as Ninetales comes in with Goldango just below half health, I believe. And this Ninetales sets the snow and is looking to set Auroraville, of course, but... this is already looking pretty good from God of CWC Ambipongus. Master Sands, of course, having tech and being a master truly himself, this is going to be an incredible battle. We see a swap. Tinkaton comes back onto the field as Aurora Veil comes out.
Oh, man. I don't believe that we've seen Pursuit on White Spaniard's team, so it is likely that Ambi did change up the sets a good little bit. Definitely something you want to do. You don't want to bring a known team all the time to the tournament just because, people sometimes build around it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm just wondering, how is Sands going to be able to break through all of this? His team is, of course you have that Auroraville hyper offense, but you need like setup sweepers or something if you want to break through.
This looks scary already. The Garganical also being a good stop to Cinderace. I think in a lot of these battles with Cinderace, if they have gotten really any free Pyroballs, they have done incredible damage. But that Garganical, I think, so far has been the one that I've seen take a Pyroball best. For the most part, I think we've seen Pyroballs chip in for like 60% anytime they come out. And this, immediately we see the leftovers knocked off this Ferrothorn, which notably does struggle with health recovery in this meta. As the Tinkaton does take some chip here, potentially losing a Focus Sash if that's what it's rocking, but I don't know if that's what it would do in this format. Singles.
Yeah, that knockoff is going to go a long way because, if you're facing down Stall and your longevity is being removed against it, it's just getting closer and closer to Stall being able to close out the match. Maybe we see Dragonite come in Oh my goodness. As the Ferrothorn goes for a curse, that's probably going to be a really greedy play. Because of the Aurora Veil, you should be able to tank a Fire Punch, but you still don't want to be tanking it, especially knowing that your Ferrothorn looks incredible against the rest of the opposing side. Gyro Ball should be pretty free. Honestly, looking all around, Ferrothorn does have a pretty solid matchup into the team.
But this Dragonite, if it is
actually,
White Spaniard's Dragonite, this is not going to be an easy thing to break through from what we've seen.
Yeah, it's White Spaniard, I believe, runs Dragon. Oh, he probably has Dragon Tail to phase it out. I wonder if this is ingrained Ferrothorn. I wonder if the if Dragon Tail is still able to move it out. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. That could be an incredible tech choice again from Sans. We've seen him so far with the Covert Cloak eating up Salt Cure. I'm very curious what we see here. We see a Thunder Wave come out into, but it misses importantly into Ferrothorn, as Ferrothorn does Gyro Ball to break the multi-scale.
Yeah, that Dragonite eats it up for breakfast though, and should be Ferrothorn look very likely free to just keep setting up curses. You don't want to spam Gyro Ball because it is an 8 PP move, and you want to conserve as much as you can, especially if you are going for the Ferrothorn sweep.
That was actually a lot of damage through multi-scale, I'd say.
Yeah, good. 23%. 23%, but you know, until it's doing 50% to a regular Dragonite, it's always going to be able to roost off. Leaves the field. In comes Goldango. Nice switch for the Thunder Wave.
And now potentially able to get its recover off. And it does get the recover off to 92%. And gets hit by a Fire Punch. Not expecting that, but this seems to be a rather bulky Goldango taking pretty minimal damage, 20% damage.
Yeah, the Aurora Veil is still up, so that yeah, so that is gonna do a lot less damage. But this is a different set from Spaniard, so it's not going to be what we're used to seeing. It looks like he did, you know, Ambi did take a lot of creative liberties with the team, keeping the core 6, but making sure to change up the sets.
Very clean from Sans. I like what I'm seeing, and I'm glad to see it. I want to see Master Sans be able to work his magic in this battle. And so far, we're seeing some strong countering to what has felt like a very an endless assault, even just to start this game from Ambipongus, where everything has felt very threatening. But Sans is proving that he has some tools to work with this.
Yeah, something that makes me a little bit nervous is you know, yes, and when there is a good team like White Spaniards, we've seen have a lot of success. Sometimes it doesn't have as much leeway when it comes to switching up the sets. And something that I've kind of have you know, had in the back of my mind is if this is Nasty Plot Goldango, and Ambi didn't run enough speed investment to outspeed any Goldangos, it could be very, very scary if we do see Nasty Plots start being set up on that side of the field. Very common movesets are Make It Rain, Shadow Ball, Nasty Plot, Recover. So it's definitely something that you got to look out for. Hope that the Annihilate does have enough speed to outrun the Goldango, because if it's taking a +2 Shadow Ball, it's definitely going to be going down in a single hit. Even Make It Rain, it wouldn't want to switch into it.
I think that, just like White Spaniard has mentioned before, we do see the Shadow Ball come out, bringing Dragonite to about 30%, but roosting back to 87 still in 2 Oko range. The Annihilate on Ambi's side of the field does seem to be one of the most important Pokemon here, as it does counter this Goldango. As you say, you know, depending on speed, but the Pursuit coming out seemed very, very confident. And I am very curious to see. Oh, this is going to be wild. This Dragonite, of course, from White Spaniard, was typically more of a wrap Dragon Tail Dragonite, used to move Pokemon around and help positioning for White Spaniard, but being used as more of a tank here and trying to set some different statuses. And now just Roost spamming, trying to get its health back up. It is at 97% now. And this Goldango...
burning the Aurora Buck.
This Goldango...
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, wait, we know that.
Sorry,
Never mind. Sorry, go on. No.
Yeah, so this Dragonite being able to roost out the Goldango, no nasty plot being revealed yet. Very nicely played by Ambi, keeping both his Dragonite healthy, burning the Veil turns as well. Luckily, he hasn't had any special defense drops. I'm sure Sans is not really the biggest fan of that. Probably was banking on a special defense drop to come in here. But that was very, very nicely done by Ambi. Should be able to, dish out heavier fire punches now, doing a big chip to the Goldango, without really taking that much in return.
We do see a swap as Ninetales comes back onto the field. A potential Thunder Wave predicted. Nope. A Fire Punch comes out, taking it to 65% health. Not great here. Sans is not rocking the ability to restore this Ninetales health. So anything that does go into it is going to be impactful, and it is going to get a shot potentially at being paralyzed here. Or maybe it just goes for a Blizzard, as there is no multi-scale right now for this Dragonite. See the Dragonite leave the field as Garganical comes on. Aurora Veil is set.
Yep, I see X in the chat. How many Pokemon each side has left? Both sides still have all 6 Pokemon remaining.
Sans is getting chipped down a bit, but performing admirably so far.
Oh, I wonder if you go for the Earthquake in here, or here calling out the Goldango. You know that Salkir is just going to bounce off of it.
Like how Sans is positioning, but this feels very threatening. Almost every position he's been in has felt threatening, and we haven't seen him be able to significantly threaten back yet. I am worried.
I mean, when you're running hyper offense, you need that setup sweeper, and it just doesn't really look like Sans has had it. He had his Ferrothorn get knocked off, so it's not going to be able to recover much over the course of the match. Goldango, we haven't seen its 4th move, but if it's not Nasty Plot, it's not really going to be breaking much on Ambi's side of the field. Ambi is definitely the one in the much more comfortable position. In comes the Goldango. Stealth Rock does come out. This is behind a Veil. If you Nasty Plot, this is the moment to Nasty Plot, I feel like.
I think something's got to go here for Master Sans, as you say. So hopefully we see some sort of setup or a potent move here to help him move ahead. Start getting some momentum here against this stall team.
Yeah, I imagine if this is going to be oh man, it's just I keep banking off too much of this potentially being Nasty Plot, but he hasn't been playing it like it is. I don't want to keep going down that hole. It could of course still be Substitute. Sometimes we see Power Gem for Volcaronas that end up popping up.
True.
But yeah, we do see Dragonite coming. Nasty Plot.
The Nasty Plot comes out. Oh, we have a game here.
Oh wow, this Dragonite does not have its multi-scale intact. I don't know if it lives +2 Make It Rain. Make It Rain comes out. Does it survive?
It does not.
It goes down. The Dragonite leaves. Oh, first KO of the match on Stan's side. Oh my goodness.
Fromage is in the
this is
driver's seat now.
This is a +1 Goldango behind at least another 5 turns of Auroraville. Or 4 turns of Auroraville. Oh man.
And now some decisions are being made by Ambipongus. You of course, if Annihilate does outspeed, I don't know if the Rage Fist at 100 behind Auroraville is enough even, and its health is kind of low, so he needs something here to be able to counter this Goldango. What's the play, Novo? What's the play?
If I'm Ambi, looking at the team, maybe no, Clodsire wouldn't really be able to threaten too much. Maybe it's rough. I think it all depends on if Annihilate outspeeds and is able to pick up a KO through the Veil with Rage Fist. Of course, both calculating. We do see the Annihilate hit the field.
Well, here it is. And we know there's pursuit.
A lot is going into this turn.
This is a massive head game as well, because if you leave the field and get pursued, well, I guess you're safe from that. That is the safe play here for Master Sans, because it's not going to get a KO, but
Yeah, you're behind that veil.
yeah.
Let me see. I'm running some calcs right now. Even if this is
Shadow
max
Ball goes
attack-
first. Annihilate goes down. An
Oh,
incredible turbo event for Master Sans as Ambipongus
No.
loses a second piece.
Oh no, this is why you don't change the sets around. If it works, don't change it around. Oh my god,
my.
that's huge.
Incredible
Both
turn of events.
the Dragonite and Annihilate going down is insane because that opens up so much for Sans. It means his Ferrothorn isn't really going to be fearing anything like a close combat from Annihilate. It means that his Samurott isn't going to have to worry about hitting into Dragonite. Same with the Cinderace. Oh man, and a Make It Rain right here. A knockoff surely doesn't pick up the KO, and a Make It Rain could very well pick up the KO on Tinkaton. I don't. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
That switched up the tempo of the entire match. We do see the Ferrothorn come in, the knockoff.
Eats the
Iron Barbs
knockoff.
is still going to be taking down Tinkaton, and this has been extremely well played.
Yes.
By Master Sans, taking out two of the most threatening Pokemon of the opposing side of the field. Guard comes in. Ferrothorn is setting up the curses. If this could be Iron Defense, Garg, which should be able to 1v1 the. Yeah, with Salt Cure, it should be able to 1v1 the Ferrothorn. That is assuming, of course, that it is Iron Defense.
Wow. I'm thrilled, and I must say, somewhere out there, White Spaniard is cringing. I'm gonna say, I'm so sorry, Ambipongus, but right now, White Spaniard is out there saying, because we've heard him in interviews multiple times, confident he could beat any team, and I just know that he's out there thinking, if it were my team, if it was me.
Yeah, it's definitely still not over yet.
No, of course not.
Ambi did take a big chunk. It was a big chunk that hit Ambi's team pretty hard, but he still has all of the tools necessary to bring it home from here.
It's surprising to me we
Guard
have not
should-
seen a Alomomola at all, actually.
Yeah, I guess the Aloe doesn't really match up into anything nicely. It doesn't threaten damage on Goldango. Primarina is able to just hit it with heavy Moonblast. Ferrothorn hits it with heavy Power Whips. We do see Power Whip bringing it down to 29%. Oh, wow.
So with a recover, I don't know if that's going to be enough. And it looks like Master Sans doesn't think though either as he leaves. A recover comes in and Goldango is able to get the switch in.
Oh, wow. And of course, it's right back in the position where it can threaten Make It Rains.
An incredible battle so far as Tinkaton comes back onto the field trying to eat this
Does
Make
it
It
live?
Rain. It does live.
It does
32%.
survive the Make It Rain. Some big damage. It does have leftovers to slowly recover.
Whew. Wow. And by the way, I'm not trying to take a hit at Ambipongus. He could certainly 1v1 me. And I do believe that this has been an incredible match so far. Here comes Garganical and another swap, preempting potentially, but no, this is not who you want to see, as Cinderace is maybe not the... Oh! Was that a forfeit? Wait, was it a DC?
No, Sans disconnected from the
Oh.
server.
No.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
That's toxic.
goodness. That was so deep into the match. Oh wow.
That's not what you want to see.
Dude, that's
Nobody
so
wants to see that.
unfortunate.
Oh. Oh, this puts Novo in the worst spot of anyone.
Yeah.
If I'm
Typically in these types of scenarios, we do end up giving the win to the other person. This would mean that if Oh, this is a very awkward situation. I am going to talk with both battlers really quick. Normally, this does mean a win would go to Roanoke, but I will be discussing this with them.
I think that's a good choice. Yeah. Man, that is awful. You hate to see that. Master Sans is back on the server after a disconnect.
Yeah, we are. Shoot, that's so unfortunate.
Did he rage quit? No, I'm sure he did not rage
No,
quit.
no, no,
He
no,
was
no.
winning.
He did. Yeah, he did end up DQing here. I have heard from Ambi. It is way too late to do a reset of the match, but he is going to be extending an offer out to Master Sans. He is offering a rematch, but he does want to do different teams just in case, you know, they don't want to have any sort of move switching shenanigans going on.
I do think that's the only way to do it.
So that could likely be an option here.
I think that's a reasonable outcome here as a way to continue this battle in a better way than a finish of disconnecting. Nobody wants that. I really don't think that that's a thrilling conclusion for anyone.
Yep, so both battlers have agreed to a rematch with different teams, so we will still see a match play out. Incredible sportsmanship from Ambi. Of course, normally that would have just meant Roanoke wins it here, but it looks like he doesn't want to win that way. He wants to still play it out. He still wants to, you know, face off against Master Sans.
Oh,
and he will be seeing the match go through. We love to see it. We love to see this kind of sportsmanship.
Yeah, that's next
Sans
level to me. That's exactly what you want to see out of these kinds of competitions. You don't want to win on a disconnect, and if there is a solution to be had, which has been found, then here we are. We are now in it.
Yep, so I'm going to Ambi and Sans. Confirm you are ready by saying ready in chat. All right, so we are still going to be seeing the match be played out. That warms my heart. Of course, it's unfortunate that we did get that disconnect. It was rough, you know. Sans did say that he felt he was in a winning position, so he probably is really upset with that disconnect, even though he is getting the rematch. But of course, that match could have still gone either way. Too early to tell, I want to say. But oh man.
Oof, yes.
Yeah, Sans wants just a little bit of time to, you know, kind of get his, you know, reset his client, make sure that he doesn't run into another disconnect issue here.
Everything stands not on Master Sans alone, but also his router. Also his client. Wow, I just want to say, that's, you know, as far as competition goes and good sportsmanship, this is the kind of thing you want to see. It is, of course, a fierce competition, and these players care deeply about the outcome. But sometimes in these positions, you can always have a good benevolence, a good sportsman approach. Of
course.
Yes, brotherly.
CWC proving that he is merciful, you know.
No Old Testament here.
Oh man, that is very, very rough to see though. I would have loved to see how that match would have ended.
Mm-hmm.
Tropimon saying Master Sans client used explosion. They're joking about the situation in chat right now. Oh man. If Roanoke now lose overall, they will regret taking this rematch. I don't know. I feel like I feel like at the end, you know that if you played your heart out, there is no regrets left on the battlefield. You know, they took these two wins. They still have heavy hitters like Pope in the back, but I doubt, we're still seeing a really high level match between both sides or both players. So
I think it's very
um,
like it's also the other way around where, if Sans doesn't disconnect, what do you say then if that battle continued in the direction that it was going? There's a lot of momentum there that can be earned, and now we don't know what's going to happen here. This could be anyone's battle once again, and we will see two different teams. No more White Spaniard, most likely at all, I'm sure, as Ambipongus has not run that in the past. And now we will see Master Sans switching it up as well. I think that this is the best case scenario for a month-long tournament to not end on a disconnect is a very healthy outcome here for those in chat talking about respect and the thrill of it all. You don't want to go out like that, especially in a situation where the battle is going a different way. But
I have received the first new team sheet from Envy.
also, so it looks like we are still just waiting on Tropimon to send in their the next team sheet. Oh man. This is what you want in the final, though. You want the drama. You want the tension to just keep shooting through.
So true, actually.
Oh man.
I'm gonna have to step away for a moment, so we're gonna get the Novo cam. If you turn around, Novo, you'll be on camera. But we have the battle in the background as well.
Hello.
No, it's free cam. It was right behind you. There we go. I'm just gonna put it on you right now.
Oh, got you.
There you go. Yeah.
Sounds good. Oh man. Yeah, we are still just waiting for the Tropimon team sheet. Once we have both, we're gonna queue up the match. Oh, who's joining us in the camera right now? We have Samin, a very small guy. Did secure third place in yesterday's match. Very nicely done, Samin. We see Roanoke pitch invaders making their way onto the field. G2S Row. Whoa. Dims invading the field as well. Oh no, we can't be having this. Yikes. Now, Alam, any update on the Tropimon team sheet situation?
Sadly, I've not received any new sheet. Sans is probably just preparing a new one since he hopefully did not prepare and expect this situation.
I mean, we know that he has other teams as well. We've seen him bring a multitude of them. Is multitude the right word? I hope my vocabulary is correct and I wasn't just throwing out a random word.
You nailed it.
Awesome. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Sans currently duct taping harder, I'm sure. The router plug, everything. Sans building a new PC, just in case. Now, Sans also preparing the free agent sheets, of course. That was a close one. He was almost banned. So, gotta stay flexible here in these moments of intense focus and pressure. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us here. Oh, you know what I didn't notice is that Ambi has a new skin today as well from the last time we saw him. A golden god, apparently.
Oh, is it a hoodie or is it a...
I'm not sure what it is, but it's definitely very gold. Let me look a little bit closer here. What's on those feet? Got some like bamboo feet, maybe? I can't tell. But very golden.
All right, I have received the team sheet.
The Vatican mascot. Okay. Now we know. Thank you, MB. And we will get these team sheets out to y'all very, very soon.
The match has queued up. I have received the new sheet as well. Let me exchange. Did you already get them, Vert?
I did not yet.
Okay, gotcha. I'm going to exchange them in the chat over here.
Bert got them now as well.
Alright, let's see. We have an Ambi Hongus Roanoke new team sheet here coming to you all now.
Yep.
And here comes the Tropimon Sans sheet. There we go.
Both are right back in team preview.
Beautiful.
And ooh, a nice change of pace. Ambi bringing a slightly more offensive team, and Master Sans bringing one of his old reliables, the Cyrilage Torko team that we have seen in the past.
All right. So on the Roanoke side of the field, we are seeing a Sizor just a Sizor, an Avalug, Hisuian Samurott, a Glowking, and a Meowscarada, and a Volcarona. And on the far side, a Hatterene, Ceruledge, Torkoal, Toxapex, Donphan, and Dragonite. These are extremely different Pokemon from what we saw before. That's for sure. This will be a very different match.
Shoot. This is going to be... I'm really excited to see this matchup.
Novo, do you see any difference here that stands out to you, or like sort of an edge for either of these teams?
Shoot, the Ceruledge that's on Sans' side of the field is looking very threatening. The only Pokemon that really, or it could do massive damage all across the board with its Bitter Blade and the immunity to burn. Of course, also having access to Ghost moves. The only thing that would threaten it on Ambi's side of the field is his own Hisuian Samurott, which also matches up pretty nicely against Sans' side of the field. We're definitely going to see a much faster paced team going on, or match here.
And faster
and we
pace
do see
it
the
is.
Lead.
We're in.
Yep, nice lead by Ambi. The Torkoal did hit the field, but Ambi should be able to just go for a chilly reception to neutralize the sun and set up the snow instead.
A Torkoal lead. I don't think this is something I've seen during the tournament, at least. But I do like seeing Torkoal here.
No names for the Torkoal. Master Sans usually always names his Pokemon, but I guess he was in a rush.
Yeah, maybe he ran out of time here. As we see Hermit Purple for Ambi, the shiny Glowking. Tropayawn. I like that. I like that. We may see a yawn come out. And we do have, as you said, a nice little weather battle, of course, as well, which hasn't really come into play in many battles. Typically, the snow is kind of the only thing that's being used. I think we've maybe seen one sand battle that I've seen. And here we will see sort of a little bit of a struggle between the sun and the snow during this battle. Of course, Avalugg wanting the snow, and Cerelege and Torkoal benefiting from the sun. We do see the chilly reception as Toxapex comes onto the field against this Glowking, and Glowking will be leaving the field in favor of someone else. We see Meowscarada come on for Ambipongus. The current score is
a big knock. Oh, it is 2-0 in favor of Roanoke. Should they win this singles match, they take home the trophy today.
We see a Baneful Bunker come out from Toxapex as Trick is used for this Meowscarada. It transforms into the Psychic type. I don't know if that's going to matter, but not something you see very frequently from these Meowscarada. We have seen a Trick Meowscarada before, though.
Yeah, when you see Trick, it's usually on a Choice Scarf Meowscarada trying to, break anything on the opposing side. Does the Toxapex stay in? It doesn't stay in, fearing another Trick. Hatterene would have come in and would have been able to, stop the Trick from going through, I believe, with Magic Bounce. Or I don't think that Magic Bounce would have stopped the Trick. It would have just gone through on both sides. But we do see Hatterene facing down against Slowking. Of course, immune to the Toxic, but doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb. Is able to threaten with a Side Shock, which could do a nice little chunk. We see Toxapex hit the field, another chilly reception, and we are going to see a reset right back as Masquerada coming in again, and Masquerada does come right back in, facing down against each other. Toxapex, of course, free to go for the Baneful Bunker once more. Does it? It does. Glowking is in, and it should be able to line up a Future Sight right here. Maybe Ambi keeps up the momentum and, goes for a chilly reception to not let Sans get something like the Donphan or Sarah Legend. The Toxic Spikes go up. Ooh. Future Sight also goes up.
Now, there is no immune, I don't think, on Master Sand's side of the field, so he will have to select who's going to be taking that Future Sight. I suppose Hatterene might be the move? Or potentially Dragonite if it's bulky and can roost it back off, but this Toxapex certainly doesn't want to take it, I believe. The true chess match is getting underway as there is Trick pressure, there is Future Sight pressure, Baneful Bunker, and we're starting to see how these players are going to want to play this.
I feel like you switch out the Toxapex because there isn't really anything it can do to the opposing side that much. It doesn't have knockoff in this meta. Maybe you just try to dish out a liquidation so that you don't let the chilly reception. It's tricky. It's tricky. Importantly, there isn't anything that's able to really eat the Future Sight on Sand's side of the field. He isn't running Meowscarada or Hisuian Samurott, so there isn't going to be any Dark types to absorb it.
Does seem like a tricky move. He has to kind of decide who's going to be, one, a pivot for him, but also be able to survive the pressure. And this is a moment, of course, with that Future Sight where Ambipongus may be able to capitalize. Scizor, we haven't seen much Scizor in this tournament, but it does have some extremely strong priority pressure. And so if the Future Sight goes through and a Pokemon that wants to recover it off afterwards is on there, I do see that as a major threat. We do see Dragonite come in, looking to maybe eat it up with a multi-scale Soak.
I wonder if anything on Ambi's side...
We see Avalugg come in.
Avalugg will wall Dragonite to the end of time. Nice...
A very good swap here. Dragonite does come off the field. Hatterene comes in, takes a crunch, and will also be taking the... It gets a defense drop, and will be taking the Future Sight. About 20% damage with leftovers recovery afterwards for about 6% here. Not too bad in terms of things, considering that that was a super effective attack, but it Or sorry, it was not. I apologize.
Oh yeah, neutral.
But there comes the Donphan now, as once again the switching is continuing here as Glow King comes back onto the field as Donphan makes his first time onto the field.
Yep, is going to be able to threaten a big earthquake. Let's see, what does Ambi have? Ambi doesn't have anything immune to the earthquake, but Avalok probably comes in. Ooh, is it going to burn?
The knockoff goes through. Heavy duty boats come off.
Nope.
No burn.
No burn on the Donphan.
We're gonna have a very mobile camera during this battle, everyone. So just be aware. Lots of different heights going on. During singles, there is no item clause. No, in VGC there is an item clause, but singles, you can spam choice scarfs all you want.
Yep, spam heavy duty boots and leftovers.
Yeah.
The more popular items to run multiple of on a team.
Very fair. I'm just saying you can.
Yep. Choice spam is very, very possible too. I think at most we've seen 2 scarfers on the same team in previous matches.
We'll say, like, I mean, things like annihilate
Fire
speed.
Dance into the Donphan. Earthquake, is that going to be enough? I doubt it. Volcarona lives.
No special attack boost on the Fire Dance. So this Donphan is doing okay here.
Yep, it will be able to take out the Volcarona, but I don't know if you want to let it get chipped this much. You know, it's not going to have a reliable way of recovering later in the match.
No, and there is Hisui and Samurott in the back for Mbapanga.
I mean, yeah, I guess the only thing that you really would have needed it for anyways is the Slow King. So I guess it's fine. You know, Donphan isn't really doing too much against Meowscarada, Hisui and Samurott, Avalug, so I guess you are making the most out of it right now.
Yeah, unless you expect this to go long enough that the boots are the thing that matters. Bugboth comes out, chipping in. Special defense does go down, but Earthquake is going to come out and take down this Volcarona. We do have first blood here. Turn 12 as Volcarona goes down, and Hisui and Samurott comes in, immediately threatening spikes and a KO.
Yeah, it should very reliably be able to get spikes set up over here.
Now, we did see Dragonite come in. I'm not sure. There aren't many threats seemingly on this side of the field for Master Sans against this Samurott, but Ceaseless Edge comes out into Toxapex, doing about 25% damage, and an eject button goes off for Toxapex as Torkoal comes onto the field. Drought is set. Takes spikes damage, but immediately threatened. The sun is up, weakening any water type attacks, but this Torkoal isn't in the best position still.
Oh, I wonder, does Torkoal get rapid spin in this format?
Donphan comes onto the field and takes a Ceaseless Edge, but it misses as the spikes damage don't take it out. It's at 14% health and lives here.
Oh, I feel like I don't know. I feel like you probably wanted the Donphan to go down this turn.
I think that was probably the choice here for Sans. Unfortunate, potentially. But Ambi in chat chastising the Samurott for its eyesight.
Yeah, I think that the plan was to have the Donphan go out so you have another turn of Sun to abuse, but now you're down another turn. So if you're Ambi, I'd be pretty happy that was how it ended up going down. If anything, it's a net positive because you can just go for a Ceaseless Edge again right here.
Yeah.
And do the exact same.
Not fast enough here to do much about it. Well, if this next Ceaseless Edge does connect, it will put down a second layer of spikes, I believe, on Master Sand's side of the field against this Toxapex again. It misses a second time in a row.
Again.
Oh my god.
Okay. So I think that Donphan should be able to just come right back in and die to spikes. Maybe you throw off a Toxic on this Sicilian Samurai.
The Ceaseless Edge pressure is stalling out the sun. You've never seen this strategy before. Do you think a Baneful Bunker here is the move? Instead, to try and throw up a poison onto the Samurai.
I feel like Toxic, if you have that, would be the move. Just because you'd want to get the badly poisoned and not the regular poison inflicted on the Sicilian Samurai.
Yeah, plus you know this guy's gonna miss, so why even try?
Yeah, if you go for Baneful Bunker, you also burn your own Sun Turns. But maybe knowing that 2 Sun Turns have been wasted, it's probably going to be your best move to try to just get the Sun back up a different time anyways.
Yeah, it does seem as if this is like a reset for Sans at this point. The first miss may be bad for him, but the second one, at that point, it's more like, okay, well, I guess this isn't the Sun for me. I'm going to have to wait for a whole new night cycle as these players are considering what to do now as... Glow King comes on, I think maybe just looking for a reset here. Donphan comes in maybe as another sacrifice. 2% health here after the spikes damage. Able to sit here and potentially dish out some damage or get a rapid spin off.
It should actually be able to get a spin off. Wait a minute. Ambi doesn't have anything to block it. Oh, wow. Wait, this...
Pretty
Pretty
valuable.
This Donphan, maybe it's a blessing in disguise that it didn't go down.
It goes knockoff instead.
Oh, knocks off the... Yeah, it knocks off the heavy-duty boots. That could come into play a lot later if Stealth Rocks ever do come up. Let's see. Does...
Rapid Spin now coming out from the Donphan, and so both are able to get off. The Donphan does go down, but the spikes have been removed from Master Sand's side of the field. Donphan doing its best here as each player has now lost a Pokemon, I believe.
Yeah, the Toxapex Toxic Spikes, of course there's that Glow King that's always going to be able to absorb them, but it could go a long way in maybe poisoning this Avalugg later down the line. The Rapid Spin also pretty huge, getting rid of all the spikes that Ambi has been setting up. Now, I did say, never mind. Not relevant to this turn.
Well, just looking, I mean, of course, fire types not super threatened, but I think Cerulege is threatened a bit by this crunch from the Avalugg, but maybe we do get a sun. Oh no, the sunlight is still up, so actually Torkoal isn't ready yet to come back onto the field. Dragonite
I guess
can't come in, I don't think.
Cerulege could probably come in and just dish out a big Bitter Blade over here. Actually, nothing really appreciates a Bitter Blade. Yeah, Bitter Blade should be really free to come out over here.
Sun is still strong. I don't know. We don't know what that Torkoal's item is, so it's hard to say how long it'll be up. But we see it's turn 13 too.
Yeah, I do believe it is the Heat Rock item.
It must be, yeah. I think this is still the last turn, or maybe there's one more turn after it. Ooh. But yes, it was.
Now we have seen Cerulege, specifically Sans, have Solar Blade as well to hit water types like Alamola in the sun. So if he predicts the Samurott to come in here, maybe we see a really bold Solar Blade come through. That could end up happening as well.
Well, we can see these players. I almost feel as if this game so far, while there's been some quick moments, this one feels like these players are trying to find their way in a different way during this battle. And you see the patience here. Bitterblade does come out, taking Avalugg to 27%. Crunch comes out, taking it to 39%. Defense falls, speed rises. And the sun is still up. This Ceremonies is threatening. It's faster now, and this Avalugg won't be able to take another one.
Oh, surely if you're Sans, you Solar Blade here.
Giving up the Avalugg here, it does remove Rapid Spin, but that's not really a threat. I don't think Avalugg is really the thing. Bitterblade does come out and does remove the Avalugg, and now a free swap here.
Hisuian Samurott probably going to come in because it does threaten the Sucker Punch. We do see it come in. Oh man, I wonder. No, you have to Sucker Punch here. Don't let this Ceremonies do anything. Oh, Sunlight is gone anyways, so Ceaseless Edge should be pretty free. Maybe Torkoal comes right back in.
The Ceremonies at 57% leaves the field as Aqua Jet comes out trying to get that KO. Being careful. There's a Streaker on the field and it's gone.
Oh, a Streaker has hit the field. Referees, referees, get him out. Get him out.
Let's get a slash kick and slash ban. Perfect.
Get them off the field. Oh my goodness.
Was that John Mayer?
They have been escorted out of the arena. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable, unbelievable.
Oh god.
We were gonna get one eventually.
the things you see in the Cobblemon World Cup. Somebody clip that? Do we have that ability here? All right. Well, these players are considering their options after their eyes. I mean, this Samurai has already had a hard time with his eyes, and now having to deal with a Streaker. Tough situation here.
Man, I wonder what the Toxapex goes for here. I doubt you want to let the Slowking right back in, but maybe Toxic. It's tricky. It's tricky right now. You don't want your Hisuian Samurai to get toxic over here, but you don't want to have your Slowking Ooh, okay. The Toxic Spikes do end up getting set up.
Now this serves two purposes, I'd say. Of course, Toxapex being rendered a bit ineffective, but also Torkoal being denied, as Future Sight does come out into the Hatterene. We've seen Hatterene take this hit before, and it will get some recovery from leftovers during this time before Future Sight if it is chosen to absorb it. These players are playing phenomenally so far in this fight.
Yep, Heroku has joined the server. Mr. Cobblemon himself here to witness the finals.
I hope that he can deal with Streakers. We don't have code for that yet, but we didn't know we needed it, I suppose.
Can't prepare for anything in these types of formats.
No, sometimes things you least expect. Get this music a little bit more intense, as it feels as if this battle is heating up. These players are moving around well, but there's not very many safe spaces. We see the chilly reception go off. Snow will be set. Avalugg, of course, being the only ice Pokemon that would have taken advantage of the snow. It's more just a weather to counter the sun. And right now, Scizor makes his way onto the field for the first time against Toxapex. Shiny Scizor.
I think Ambi's entire team has been shiny so far.
We see a Baneful Bunker and a Wing Attack. The Future Sight comes out on Toxapex, taking it to 31%.
Damage.
Massive damage. Yeah, not what you want there. It is, of course, a regenerated Pokemon. It will leave the field, and in comes Torkoal. As the sun comes back up, Wing Attack into Torkoal, taking for about 30% damage here. And if this Scizor can't get a KO here, it needs to leave the field because it cannot take a fire hit.
Yeah, the sun is set back up. Yeah, sun is set back up, and we know that when Cerulege is on the field with the sunset up, it does look very, very threatening. I wonder if you hard switch out here if you're Ambi, or if maybe you predict that Master Sans himself is going to want to swap out over here.
So far, I would say Ambi's prediction have been incredibly powerful, soaking up Toxic Spice twice in the same turn as their set. So I am curious to see whether or not this moment will go for them. I've seen Scizor only once, I believe, during this tournament in singles, and it was removed rather handily. But it does of course threaten quite a bit, and it does have a solid move set within Cobblemon, without needing access to too many TMs. So we do see the wing attack come out. It'll take this Torkoal to 28% health, potentially
Lava Plume.
But Lava Plume does come out, and Scizor goes down. This is the second Pokemon down for Ambi now, as Sans has also lost one. Actually, that's the third Pokemon, I think. Avalugg went down, I believe, as well. So that's 3 down for Ambi.
Yeah, he's only relying on his Hisuian Samurott, Glowking, and Meowscarada. It's 3 of the best probably the top 3 Pokemon, second to Goldango.
Strong core
are all
still
active. So and when you have these 3, anything is still possible.
Ceaseless Edge does come out into this Toxapex, who has recovered a bit, but still pretty low on health here. Samurott has set a lay of spikes, and this Samurott, by the way, has managed to avoid all damage for a very long time. And spikes are back up without any way of removing them for Sans. Samurott leaves the field in favor of Glowking again. This will likely allow Ambi to remove the sun, as Toxapex does get healthy again, which is important for his ability to eat future sites, or absorb any of these Ceaseless Edges going forward, of course, as well. And this looks like a pretty free future site once again for Ambi if he wants it. Or if he wants to turn the sun off and turn things around, he can also do that. Master Sans.
Chilly Reception is maybe you set up a future site if you're Ambi, just to kind of have that pressure existing on the field. At the same time, you don't want the Cerulege to have a free switch in here, because its Bitter Blade is going to look very, very menacing.
And with tools dwindling, you don't want to let Sans have much offensive pressure here. Now, I don't know how many turns we got to last time in the last battle, but this is the second time we've tried to have this battle between these two battlers. Master Sans did disconnect in the first go around here, and they have switched up their teams on Mbapongas' good sportsmanship and tried again, but Tropimon is on their back foot. This Toxapex stands now, and the rest of Master Sans' team, between a victory from Roanoke, as Roanoke is trying to lock in a final game here of this entire Cobblemon World Cup. If they can win any one of these sets and take home another match point, they will have won. We see Toxic Spikes come out, predicting a switch. There is no switch. Chilly Reception goes out, and it starts to snow.
So either the Samurott or the Meowscarada are going to get poisoned here. Samurott. Oh, it is Heavy Duty Boots Samurott. Interesting.
Apologize. So is the Toxic Spikes only absorbed when on switching? Is that?
Yeah, so if the Slowking does switch it, if the Slowking switches right back in, it's going to be able to absorb the T-Spike. So it looks like the only Pokemon left on Ambi's side of the field that's susceptible to T-Spike is going to be the Meowscarada, who, it's not confirmed Choice Scarf, but when you see Trick on a Meowscarada set, it tends to be Choice Scarf.
Well, the pressure is high here for Mbapongas, and has few tools left to utilize here, but it looks like going for another Ceaseless Edge makes sense to me, and hoping that his Samurott can see correctly. This time, an Encore comes out, but with the switch, the Encore fails as it magic bounces, which, man, I don't even know what would happen there. But
yeah, you can't Encore into Encore.
Apparently not.
That is right. Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what the Encore. I guess the Encore was there to prevent a Toxic from coming out onto the Hisuian Samurott.
Hmm.
But now Hatterene should be free to dish out a big hit. I don't think it gets Draining Kiss, but it does have Dazzling Gleam in this format. Let me just double check to confirm. Yeah, it's only a fairy move. It is Dazzling Gleam.
Now, it does a bit threaten Meowscarada, I believe, on a switch-in, but I don't know how it matches up. I'm not as familiar with Gloking. I wonder what the play is here.
It can't really do too much to Gloking. If you're expecting the Gloking to come out, your move is to double out over here. But I imagine that if you're Sans, you're going to be very nervous about doubling out because Ambi has made some very aggressive plays, and the aggressive play here is to stay in.
Hmm. Yeah, and more spikes are not Sans' friend either. We do see a swap to the Gloking, absorbing the toxic spikes, allowing Meowscarada back onto the field, and his Dazzling Gleam comes out and is absorbed handily.
Yeah. Nice play by Ambi. Able to either line up a Future Sight or just go for the Chilly Reception to keep momentum going.
We see a Calm Mind out of Hatterene.
Ooh.
And Future Sight comes out. We know this Hatterene can take the Future Sight. It has taken it for about 20% damage in the past, and this time it is boosted. And looking a bit scary here. I think I don't know what it has to threaten this Gloking, but...
Wait a minute. Gloking doesn't get Sludge Bomb in this meta. I'm looking right now. Oh, wow. That changes a lot right now.
Another Calm Mind coming out as Chilly Reception goes off. This is a +2 special defense and +2 special attack Hatterene, but Meowscarada comes onto the field.
Should be able to go for a very free Dazzling Gleam over here. I don't think Meowscarada is going to be able to pick up a KO here unless it's banded. No.
Flower Trick to
Hatterene eats it.
And Dazzling Gleam
takes out Meowscarada. Oh my goodness.
And Hatterene eating the Future Sight as well as this Samurott comes back onto the field.
I don't think Samurott picks up a KO here either.
Hatterene
that Hatterene took a Flower Trek so insanely well. I can't imagine Samurott picking up a KO from this point.
But it
Razor
does.
Shell, it does. Oh my goodness.
Big hit.
That was looking very scary.
Only 2 Pokemon left on Ambi's side of the field. He's been performing very well so far, but now pressured deeply all the way to the back of his team.
Ooh. I don't know how I feel about this right now. That Dragonite on Sand's side is still there. And if it goes for something like a Dragon Dance, it could even just win with straight up out. It probably doesn't even need to Dragon Dance. It could just go for straight up outrages over here. Oh my goodness.
Sand's taking his time to decide what he's going to do here. He does still have Torkoal for the Sun if he needs it. Still has Toxapex. Still has Dragonite and still has Cerulege. Only Donphan down on that side of the field. It is 2v5, yes. Those asking in chat.
Dragonite hits the field
Dragonite
with multi. Oh, how do you beat this if you're Ambi? Encores, but it's slower. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What needed to happen,
Outrage.
But this Dragonite too slow.
I think.
Oh, was it a
wins
speed?
Here.
Oh no, because of the Dragon Dance. Never mind, just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, Samurott goes down, and now only the Gloking is left on Ambipongus' side of the field. And it looks like Master Sans is going to take the first win here for Tropimon in this best of 5, as Ambi is in chat saying wasn't able to get back with D-Knight in the back, so GG. And indeed it is a GG.
Sportsmanship. You know, he did, of course, agree to the rematch. Not sure how he's going to feel about it now. But, you know, very well done by Master Sans. His undefeated streak continues in the CWC, and we will be seeing a Game 4 take place.
Yeah, that... I once more, I think Ambipongus deserves some recognition for the incredible sportsmanship, because that's what you want to see in these moments. But of course, that is the hardest decision for him and only him. So thank you to Ambipongus for giving this tournament the space it needs in order to have an epic finish. not based on a disconnect, but unfortunately going down with a second team between the two of them. They both switched up their teams and performed well, but now
Roanoke has
Tropimon...
decided on singles.
Oh, and we're going back to singles as Tropimon pulls its first victory in this match to go 2-1 against Roanoke. Tropimon still needing to pick up 2 more wins in order to take home a W here.
Oh my goodness. The tournament is not over. Now, I should note, in the CWC, we've never seen a match end after the 3rd game. I mean, we've never seen the match end with a game 3. We've also never reached a match 5. Every best of 5 has always ended with the 4th match. So, curious to know if that tradition is still going to be going on, or if we will have the ability to see a game 5 in the tournament. But
Agreed.
if, you know, history just keeps repeating itself, this might be the very last match.
I see, you know, wait. Where's the angel? Isn't there an angel on one side of these teams? Or was that...
Oh, angelic teardrops usually is always representing Roanoke. I'm not sure if they're online right. Oh, they are.
I see Withership with black wings. I see red wings over on the Roanoke side of the field, and Angel is here somewhere, I think. Oh yeah, there they are. Yeah, there's a bunch of different wings here. Very cool. Somebody pass me some kelp wings, please. Whenever you get the chance. Okay. Now,
man, those wings on Withership are very cool. Oh, right next to the streaker, Clash. Oh my goodness. We've identified the streaker as Serpentis NL. Oh my goodness. The Clash manager.
I don't know how they made it through.
Oh my goodness.
Our security,
get him off the screen.
Not good enough.
Kids cover your eyes.
Oh,
He's made a return.
Police, right this way.
Get him. Oh, he's hiding. He's running around again. Oh, no, he's comfortable in his seat.
The sides of his skin are not complete, I'm pretty sure is what I just saw there. I don't know. Covered more than you'd think. But we will, as soon as we get these Poke Pastes, we will get them to you again for the next round of this tournament. As we will be going to the 4th game between Tropimon and Roanoke.
Alright, I have received the team sheet of Tropimon.
Beautiful.
Battler will remain unanimous for a little bit.
Awesome.
Withership, yes, featured. Beautiful wings.
One of our lovely crowd members. Now, I'm wondering, I wonder if, I don't think that we're going to see Adelia show up in this match. That is Tropimon's heaviest doubles player, but I feel like from here on out, Roanoke is probably going to be very comfortable just taking on singles, because they do still have Arceus and Pope of Arceus in the back, both really skilled singles players. So it's likely that Adelia isn't going to even have the opportunity to hit the field.
Yeah, this is one of those pressure things where, like, if you fall behind in these, or you know, basically if the turns go that way, you can't really regain access to some of your battlers sometimes, because the format will become restricted. If you have to win them all to get back in it, you can't pick the format, which is its own sort of pressure. Goat horns going off. Players are very excited. I don't know, Novo. I think I'm rooting for the best of 5 now. Our first game to 5.
We'll see. I don't know, man. Roanoke has very strong singles play. I mean, who would be coming out for Tropimon? I guess Tornado Blanche is, of course, still there. Pichad is definitely also an option. Is Pichad online? Yeah, he is online, so we don't know who's going to be coming in. And of course, Roanoke having Arceus and Pope of Arceus come through. If it's Pope of Arceus that comes through, I think I would feel very confident in Roanoke being able to secure a 3-1 victory over Tropimon. Just because that is their star. That's the star of the team. Arguably the best player of the entirety of the Cobblemon World Cup. So if he's the one to make an appearance in Game 4, I would put my money on Roanoke.
I do think that's a safe bet, but they'll have to prove it. And we'll have to see how it all plays out as we go into Game 4 here. Seems like there's some strong decisions to be made.
70 players on the server, 182 watching the stream, 250 in total watching the finals. Oh my goodness.
My GUI is way too big to show, but yeah, you can see the list running over itself handily. I'm just going to get some nice shots of the island. This map, of course, something that you all will have access to in the future. My chunk's a little bit limited just so we can keep the shaders quality high, but here we are. Tab Weeks mod. Tab tweaks. Understood. Thank you. I haven't had the issue of having 70 people on my server before, so there you are.
Rom, you should have just gotten the second team sheet, so that means that we do have everything organized.
Amazing. Yes, I will send them to Vert and I will queue the match up.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
As Driftblim lists across the screen. And the Champions Arena comes in view. We will get these Poke Pastes to you, fans and spectators alike.
Yep, once they're both queued, I will go ahead and post this in chat. Oh, man.
The goat horns, I can still hear them from this far out. That's so funny.
Yep.
And back we go.
Oh, wait, it seems that there's an issue.
I've not shared them yet.
Quick issue with the team preview. Boat will forfeit turn 1 and restart. Roanoke Battler needs to have 6 Pokemon in the team.
That doesn't seem like the best strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it plays off for him.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be sending in Pope. He didn't have his team of 6 ready, which is why he wasn't able to show up in the queue.
You know, that's something we haven't really talked about much, but this is the highest pressure moment we've had, of course, in the tournament. So, you know, there is an aspect of performance practice. Now, Pope is not somebody who I assume has any issue with this, but being in a random queue or something like that in Showdown is very different from being here.
Yeah, Pope has confirmed that he's ready. Lovely referee of Rom, can you queue up the match again?
Definitely I can.
Awesome. So we will be having Pope of Arceus faced off against Tornad Blanche. Both really good singles battlers. Pope of Arceus is slightly having a better record than Tornad, still undefeated in the tournament as well.
Pope rocking a team I have not seen much of before. I actually don't know what to say about that. There's a lot going on there that I am not familiar with. The Vespiquen, I am very interested
Pope bringing a really interesting stall match Vespiquen, it's really nice defensively. It gets recovery moves as well. I've played against this team. I've gotten smoked on the World Cup ladder.
Oh no.
So, you know, this is a team that Pope is very comfortable with. He knows how to play stall. He's good with playing stall. So if Tornado is looking to win, he needs to hope that he's able to break through. Magnezone is on the team, and Magnezone is known to be a pretty good Pokemon into stall. If this is analytic, it could do massive work against, you know, any Pokemon that might be coming in. Let's see. It likely isn't. You really don't run Magnet Pull on Magnezone. Just because there isn't really any steel types you want to trap. Goldango, the most popular one, is of course immune, and you can't really. There isn't really Corviknight or Skarmory in this format.
Wow. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I have seen Absol perform very well. I've seen a lot of people talk about it, at least, with very strong sucker punches, access to Swords Dance. But I don't. This is going to be very interesting to me. And I'll be relying on you, Novo, because I am not familiar with some of these Pokemon at all.
No worries, no worries. The Talonflame being brought in singles is very interesting. I'm curious to know.
And let's get a look at these battlers. Oh, as they start, in fact, actually, we're going to be underway here as Pope of Arceus and Tornado Blanche. They are getting after it as Alomomola leads for Roanoke and Meowscarada for Tropimon.
And now Aloe probably gonna go for Protect to Scout. If this is Trick Meowscarada, it's gonna look real nice into the opposing team. I'm curious to know if that is what the set is.
Now we talked about the the Roanoke team sheet a bit with Absol, Vespiquen, Alomomola, Clefable, Dondozo, and Clodsire. But on the far side of the field, Tornado Blanche is rocking Meowscarada, the Talonflame, Hisuian Samurott, the Magnezone, Avalugg, and Goldango. A much more normal team, but still some interesting tech going on there.
Now, I want to mention that Absol, it might be very interesting to see it on a stall team, but this is one of those Pokemon that is going to exert a ton of pressure. It's going to be able to go for knock. It has a really high base attack stat and able to do really good damage with knockoffs. It has access to Pursue. It has Sucker Punch. It has Swords Dance. And looking into Tornad's team, you know, this is definitely a Pokemon that he's going to struggle with a good amount. You know, just to not get whittled down, he's going to want to make sure that his items stay on the field. But Absol is going to be able to get free knockoffs very, very frequently throughout the course of this match.
Yeah, in singles, I don't know whether it's just Cobblemon meta, but there are very few fighting types that really show up.
Yeah, Annihilate is really the only major fighting type that you will ever see brought to these World Cup matches. We've seen Chestnut before on stall teams. We've seen Blaziken be brought up once. Hisuian Decidueye. But they've all really only made singular appearances. We see Trick. So it is Trick. This Meowscarada now has heavy duty boots, and the Vespiquen will be locked into one move for what seems to be the remainder of the match by getting a Choice Scarf given to it. Now I'm not sure if. Yeah, now it's interesting because I don't know if you want Vespiquen to be the Pokemon receiving the Choice Scarf. Like, I imagine that you would probably want something like the Alomola or the Clefable having to soak it up, maybe even the Dondozo. But either way, Trick is really Choice Scarf is always going to be really nice to be able to hamper a lot of the Pokemon on a stall team.
Yeah, Vespiquen
so overall,
very slow too. So not hopefully impacting, like, in terms of at least Tornad's perspective, likely not impacting turn order extremely very much with a 40 base speed there. I wonder what that gives it advantage over potentially Avalug or Magnezone. I'm not certain about Magnezone's speed, but... Now, just based on how this battle is starting, I get the feeling we're going to see a long one, especially with this stall team out of Pope. This could be one of the longest matches we've seen. We'll see whether I'm completely wrong about that, but...
Yeah, let's see. I'm looking at the Vespiquen moveset. It gets Roost, Toxic, Heal Order, Destiny Bond, Attack Order, and Aromatherapy. I'm curious to know. It has Defend Order, which is like a Cosmic Power clone. Oh, I'm really curious to know just how this match is gonna go. The biggest thing right now is that Tornad has to, of course, plan out perfectly how this match is supposed to be played out. Because, you know, if you don't have reliable recovery, which, you know, the only Pokemon that, I guess, Talonflame, Goldango, and Avalugg do have some pretty good recovery, it's still going to be something that you have to be so careful around. You don't want to be taking Toxics for nothing. You don't want to be letting your opponent get hazards up on the field. So not only, you know, is it a stall player that might take some time on the turns, but it's also the singles player having to really think 10, 20 turns ahead, just because these matches that do go on for this long oftentimes comes down to really, really close calculations through chip damage over time.
Oh, certainly. And this, you know, there are Pokemon like we've seen before, Clefable try and set up Cosmic Powers, Dondozo being both unaware and able to sit on the field pretty whenever.
Oh, wait, one second.
Yeah,
Hope
shoot.
of Arceus. Oh, wait.
I don't have chat on, but...
Yeah, restart with same turn 1.
Something happened?
Okay. So, yeah, it looks like there was an issue where Tornad didn't get, or his screen ended up bugging out and he wasn't able to pick a move.
Oh.
I wasn't paying attention to the in-game chat. That is my fault. But as soon as both these players are right back on, we will just queue the match right back up.
That one's not too bad, at least. Turn 1, going the same or whatever, not that big a deal, but...
Dim saying shout out to nobody paying any attention. I guess we did zone out too much thinking about what the match was gonna look like.
Well, I've turned
waiting just
my
for
chat off, but...
Sounds good. We are just gonna be waiting for Tornad to come right back in.
Perfect.
Incognito lens. This would never happen in Pixelmon.
How dare
That's
you?
That's funny.
We allow streakers here, but not that.
Yeah, Tornad taking his time. Oh, Tornad is back in now.
I like the commentary going on based on what.
Oh, you enabled the chat right back.
Well,
up?
I did after there was potentially
Gotcha,
a bug. I
gotcha.
decided I would, but.
Oh man. Curious to see that it happened in singles. That's the first time we've had an issue like that pop up in the singles. We've seen it happen in doubles. I believe it happened in a Cobblemon Rivals match against Tropimon, and then it also happened in a PokeClash match. One against Tropimon and another against Squirtle Squad MC. So it's really that entire group that was cursed. All 4 of those teams all suffering a different weighting glitch. Glitch was funny. The players are back in team preview.
And this shouldn't take very long, as they will be going directly into the same opener, just to keep the game as it was. So we'll see a swap. Vespiquen will get tricked, and we'll be right back to where we were. And hopefully, Tornad will be able to access his moves this time.
All right, let me spectate right back in. Giffy and Vespiquen, we do see the trick come out. I wonder, is it going to cause the exact same glitch, or are they going to be able to return as normal?
Should find out now. And it looks like, yes, we're underway.
Oh, yes.
Freaks out. There we go.
Ah, nice. My heart dropped for a moment, because if this happened again...
Illegal turn 1. But here we are as Air Slash comes out for Vespiquen into a Magnezone, who eats it very handily.
Yeah, we've seen Magnezones in the past. I believe it was Dutchy Gold who brought it, an Aureus MC battler, put in major work with Magnezone, going for stuff like Discharge, but the Clodsire switches in. Clodsire sits on Magnezone all day, every day, and should be able to go for something like the Toxic Spike, if I'm not mistaken, on moveset. Yeah, very likely going to go for Toxic Spikes over here. Could also go for Earthquake if the Magnezone decides to stay in. Unlikely. I doubt you'd want to stay in as Max. You know, Clodsire is very specially bulky. Does this have a Magnet Rise? It does have Magnet Rise. I wonder if that comes out. If it has Magnet Rise, then it sits on Clodsire forever. That would be crazy.
That would be pretty awesome to see, actually.
We have seen that tech come up at least once before. I'm not sure if it was a Magnezone though. But we have seen a Magnet Rise. I'm trying to remember what match we might have seen that in. I think it was a Magnet Rise Reverum that we might have seen.
Oh, interesting. And if we do see it come out, Magnet Rise for
No
this
way.
Magnezone as Toxic come out, but it's immune. Anyway, no swap. This Magnezone is ready to play.
Wait a minute. That changes things up so much. Wait, Magnezone can't be touched by Clodsire, hits Dondozo and Aloe super effectively, hits Clefable for good damage, hits Vespiquen super effectively. Oh my god.
Wow.
This Magnezone might just flip the entire... We see Flash Cannon come out.
Aloe eats the Flash Cannon
No way. What?
But it won't like a Discharge.
System Age is saying, Hisako promised that we could eat 1 meal this month if Tropimon win the cup. We can do it.
Oh, you know what? What's important is it's really nice to see that at least one of the battlers from Tropimon will be able to stay on as a Tropimon battler, I assume. I mean, I suppose if the whole team goes out the window, maybe that's how they treat it, but...
Yeah, I mean, he'll be able to type in /home base, you know, for a lot longer in this format. I'm sure Sans is very happy about that.
Protect comes out here as Discharge goes in. Just sort of thinking through moves here, maybe for Popo Varsius, as this Magnezone is potentially a very big problem.
It can get PP stalled. I wonder if that might be Pope's way of getting through this. How much does Magnet Rise get? Magnet Rise 16. Oh my goodness.
Well, we see another immunity from this Clodsire coming in. Discharge having 15 uses. A Mega Horn comes out, does 11% damage as Electromagnetism wears off.
Yep, so it will have to go for another Magnet Rise here.
It will.
Okay, so it does have
here.
Yeah, so having Mega Horn actually is pretty nice for Pope, because it does mean that his Clodsire doesn't get infinitely walled by it. I'm guessing the Mega Horn is there for Meowscarada, for Hisui, and Samurott. It's a nice move to have all around.
Yeah, it is notable that if Pope were to lose here, it would be his first loss in either, and a free switch in for Absol here.
Nice switch right there.
The Magnet Rise comes out for Magnezone, but not as impactful against this Pokemon. And I wonder if we'll see a switch here to preserve the Magnezone, because this Absol may be the only thing standing between Tornad and victory, or a more clean pathway through this team at least.
I wonder if it's Flame Body Talonflame that's going to try to get the absorb a knockoff over here. That could be a play. Absol, I doubt it picks up a KO on Magnezone from this range, but at the same time, I don't think Magnezone KOs anything here. Maybe if it's analytic, it could do something, but I feel like Tornad, surely, seeing how amazing of a matchup this Magnezone has into the opposing team, I bet you switch out over here. Pursuit, expecting the switch out. Discharge! Do we see a paralysis? No paralysis, but that was huge chip on Absol. Oh my goodness.
Tornad not fearing here, potentially expecting that the rest of his team can maybe work around this, as Magnezone is going to take down Absol. Flash Cannon comes out. It does lose its Covert Cloak. Magnezone is knocked off before it can get rid of the Absol, but that's a big turnaround here.
Yeah, it should be faster than everything on the opposing side of the field.
And it is still levitating, and we've seen that it takes about 11% damage from a normal hit from this Clodsire from the, I don't remember what move, Megahorn.
Yeah. Oh.
It is a 2-shot right now for Megahorn.
Yeah, surely you conserve it. Your Magnezone isn't going to do massive damage against Clodsire, but it will do massive damage against anything else on Pope's side of the field. You probably bring it right back in every time Clefable hits the field.
Here comes...
we do see Talonflame burn.
A Megahorn misses.
Ooh. I think that is to the detriment of Tornad, because he probably wanted to get the burn, or at least have that 30% Flame Body chance potentially affect the Clodsire. Talonflame in singles doesn't really run Gale Wings. It prefers to run Flame Body and a more defensive, more bulky set.
What an interesting battle already. We have seen one Pokemon go down on Pope's side of the field. Alomomola comes in against this Talonflame, Flare Blitzing and hurting itself almost as much as it hurts Aloe.
Very true. What switches into Aloe on this side of the field? I guess we could see Avila come in, Goldango.
I am. Oh, we do see Goldango.
Okay.
In the Whirlpool.
Does Whirlpool connect? It does connect. Goldango probably very free to go for something. Man, with the Absol going down.
That's what I was thinking. The Nasty Plot does come out as Wish for Alomomola comes out. Yeah, that lack of the Dark type to counter this, and the powerful Dark type at that, to counter this Goldango, does seem like a big issue. Clodsire, maybe if it can take the hit, threatens with Earthquake, but...
Yeah, I mean, there is Clodsire, if it is unaware, which is very likely on this team, should be able to eat Make It Rains for breakfast. It also threatens right back with Earthquake, so I think that Pope is pretty safe here. Nasty Plot probably going to be a turn wasted. It probably would have been better to go for Shadow Ball there.
Yeah, the Dondozo is likely unaware as well, I believe, right? So that actually makes it kind of tough to use much setup on this team. As Samurott actually comes in, predicting a switch, Alomomola leaves, Clodsire comes in, takes the Wish, and Samurott faces off against Clodsire.
I wouldn't say it has a free Ceaseless Edge here, because we do know Megahorn is present on that Clodsire.
True.
Shoot, I guess this depends on just how bulky Clodsire is invested right now. We see a switch out. Aloe comes in, but still goes for the Ceaseless Edge. Does it connect? It does seem to connect. And now there is a spike set up.
And Tropimon... looking okay right now. Looking like they're gonna try and push forward. Now, is there any spike removal? I don't think there is on this side of the field for Pope. So any spikes that go down, I think they're staying.
Let's see. If this is, I wonder, this could maybe be Swords Dance Sicilian Samurai, and if it is, it doesn't mind facing down against Alamola. I guess the Dondozo's still in the back. Pope has a very annoying team to break down. Like his defensive core is gonna be able to run circles around this and should be able to PP stall pretty freely.
That's crazy to me. I have not yet seen that, but now Goldango comes in. Whirlpool again connecting with Goldango, doing significant damage.
Yep, should be free to just go for a recover here.
It does get the recover, but Clodsire onto the field to threaten back. Oh, this is different. This is a very different stall team. This seems like a more pure, well, especially with the loss of Absol, it feels like a very pure stall team. I wonder, I don't know if there's any Pokemon here that specifically threatens the whole team. Of course, Magnezone was definitely potentially doing some work. Do you think there's a space for like a Talonflame? If you could set it up for Talonflame actually tailwinding Magnezone forward. I don't know if there's anything that does outspeed it anyway, but
nah. I mean, Tailwind in singles is very rare. We've probably only seen it once in the entirety of this tournament, and it did not succeed at all.
I'm surprised it's been used once, to be fair.
Yeah, and Magnezone itself, it's probably it's extremely like it's outspeeding everything on Pope's team. When you're running stall, you have very little speed investment all around either way.
Oh, Scarf Vespiquen. That's true. Actually, it does maybe faster. But, oh goodness.
That is true. Did somebody mention that in the chat?
Somebody brought up Scarf Vespiquen, just reminding me that it existed.
Let's see. No, even with the Choice Scarf, it should not be outspeeding Magnezone. I just ran the count.
We see the Earthquake go in and immuned by the Talonflame here. No Flame Body threat, of course. And last time we saw a swap to Alomomola. So let's see whether or not we see maybe a flying type move here instead of the Flare Blitz. And this, we may be settling in, especially with Pope losing some of its offense. I think there's not much choice but to play as defensively as possible here for them. And so Alomomola does come in, Flare Blitz again. It's a crit. It won't matter with Regenerator. So this is technically, this Talonflame is getting chipped down by this Alomomola.
Yeah. Now, Flare Blitz does, of course, have that burn chance, which might be what Tornad has been aiming for here. He, of course, also wants to chip down the Clodsire, because if the Clodsire ever gets into a place where Flash Cannon is able to pick up the KO, or even maybe pick up a KO after a special defense drop, it does leave him in a really nice spot. You don't want to get Whirlpooled here. I'm looking at the moveset for Talonflame. I can't imagine you really having. I wonder if there. No. This Talonflame shouldn't be able to do too much. It really. I expect its moveset to be Flare Blitz, maybe Brave Bird, Roost, and then a fourth move that I wouldn't be too sure about.
There is Steel Wing access to it, but I don't know what you'd use it for necessarily.
Goldango come right back in.
Absorbing another Whirlpool. Now, of the Pokemon... Oh, and we do see the Shadow Ball this time. Alomomola to 42% as Wish goes out.
Yeah, probably wants to stay in and protect, I would imagine. Because I guess if it switches into Clodsire to regen, brings it right back up to what, 65%? No more, 75. Yeah, it should be very free to just go into Clodsire here. We know Goldango can't switch out. Yes, it can't switch out because it's a ghost type, so it's not trapped by the Whirlpool. We do see Protect come out. Nasty Plot? No, goes for the Shadow Ball.
I feel like we've surprisingly seen Alomomola use some move that helped it connect powerfully. I can't remember. It wasn't against a Goldango, but we do see the Alomomola leave the field as Clodsire comes on. Another Shadow Ball from the Goldango trying to pressure here. Only about 24% damage. This
importantly,
26.
Importantly, Clodsire doesn't have Recover in this format, so it's entirely reliant on Alamola being able to Wish Pass to it. So I guess something else for Tornado is if you're able to pressure the Alamola into not being able to pass off wishes, you do eventually whittle down the Clodsire. But Pope, being the battler that he is, has always been somebody who's able to get himself into comfortable positions. So I doubt that we're really going to see Tornado able to stop Pope from Wish Passing into Clodsire over the course of the match.
Yeah, that is a tall order. I mean, there is a Meowscarada that we have not even seen yet out of Tornado.
Talonflame finally gets Toxic, so that does change up the pace a good amount.
True.
Nice call by Pope, expecting Goldango to switch out. Now, with a Talonflame being Toxic, it is going to be put on a timer for the remainder of the match. If it's going for Flare Blitz, it's taking that Flare Blitz recoil plus the Toxic chip at the end of every turn. It switches out. In comes Meowscarada. What comes in? Alamola hits the field.
Potentially a big knockoff threat here. There's only one layer of spikes down on Pope's side of the field, and all of these Pokemon seem to not be taking any damage from it, so getting the boots off might be helpful here.
You definitely don't want to knock off if you're Tornado. Okay, it's definitely a real possibility because you want to remove boots. But if the Vespiquen absorbs knockoff, it would lose the Choice Scarf and be reactivated into this match. But he does go for the Flower Trick instead.
Now you see exactly why. Yeah, good point. I would have fallen for that trap, clearly.
Oh man, yeah. If this Vespiquen is able to pop off, if it ever gets its item knocked off, but that just means that it becomes complicated for Tornado knowing that he can't freely knock off, which is one of the best things to do into a stall team. It makes me think that maybe he should have saved the Choice Scarf trick for a little bit later in the match.
See a U-turn here as Meowscarada is going to leave against this Vespiquen. Goldango comes onto the field as Air Slash goes out again, doing about 10% damage to Goldango. This Vespiquen locks in on that Air Slash, and very quickly, I might add. Vespiquen gone, as that isn't going to do much, as Alomomola comes back in, eating a Shadow Ball, hitting for 45%. I mean...
Yeah.
That's a good chip.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any special defense drops. At some point, they are surely going to become relevant. But Tornado, he's just wasting PP every single turn, so it's looking very, very scary. Because while he is getting some good damage off the field, while the Absol was neutralized,
there's the special defense drop. But of course, we will see a Protect on the next
Wish.
turn. Yeah, as somebody mentioned in chat, random person mentioning the crit chance as well. I don't feel this has gone especially in favor of Pope yet. While they're definitely holding on here and PP stalling.
Yeah.
It feels...
You know what's so scary? If that Shadow Ball did crit, it would have been enough to pick off the Alamola.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's just there. And the threat of... There's a couple Pokemon still threatening for sure on Tornad's side of the field. That Magnezone is sitting in the back and waiting for the right time. So we'll see when we get it. I want to say, oh yeah, that was what it was actually. It was an Alomomola using Aqua Jet that I recall. The Aqua Jet coming out at the right time can be pretty devastating, but.
Now, I want to mention, I'm looking over at the stream. Even though we were broadcasting a single stall match, this is the highest amount of viewers that we've had so far. So, you know, thank you all for tuning in at the most entertaining match of the series so far.
Indeed. Well, day one, we had, I think, up to 300 at once, but yes, this is a
Aloe on 4%.
Another protect coming out
here?
With Wish.
He
Recover comes
recovers.
out.
Nice play.
Alomomola,
dude,
at this
that
health,
could have been
with special defense drop, it needs to leave the field. It can't take another Shadow Ball. Clodsire comes in, has to take a Shadow Ball to around 50% health. We've seen 20.
Special defense drop. Oh my god.
Oh, things are heating up.
Oh my god. Wait a minute. Now, unaware, it only ignores the opponent's stat changes. The opponent doesn't ignore your stat changes. So that special defense drop does come into play here.
Aloe back onto the field at 87%. Shadow Ball bringing it 40% damage there. It has the ability to stay in here and get the Wish off, but it's not going to be able to help Clodsire right now. This Goldango is putting out just enough pressure to keep Aloe from being able to help its allies, which is a critical aspect of breaking through this stall. And eventually a crit will come.
Yeah, you know, it's also troubling because Shadow Ball only does have 16 PP, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no, that is
and
scary. This
Goldango is burning through it. If it uses up all its Shadow Balls, it's probably over for Tornad. So he has to start making the correct predictions. He can't be. We see Shadow Ball into Dozo doing some hefty damage. Oh wow.
Shadow Ball has base 15 PP, so it is safer than that. But
oh, does it?
Yep.
Oh, it has 24. Okay, never mind. 24 PP. So it should, you know, it's. Oh, we see the rest come out. Shadow Ball.
Is this a nasty plot here?
Dondozo eats it. I doubt it because this Dondozo would be unaware. I think you just go for the special defense drop angle here.
But, well, I think the thing is, though, if this Goldango can be boosted the next time something else comes in, and this Dozo, while, I mean, maybe it threatens enough to force Goldango to recover shortly, but. Man. Interesting. So there are 2 assured turns of sleep here. We could see Meowscarada come in and play around this Dondozo later, as it would be swapping out probably. There's a lot here that we might see. Man. I don't know how stall matches go, so I am blind to many of the things that these players are going to be working against, but this is proving to be very interesting. Aloe comes back onto the field 80% lower than it was before, as Nasty Plot does come out while the unaware Dondozo wasn't threatened. I do think everything else is.
If Aloe hangs on from a Shadow Ball and is able to get a Wish off, it could reliably pass into Clodsire, which shuts this down. Pope playing really well to waste as much Shadow Ball PP as he can. If Tornad nasty plotted there, it might have been game over. If he nasty plotted, it might have been game over. Shoot. Aloe has to survive one Shadow Ball, get a Wish. Oh, it's complicated. It's so complicated.
Stall is crazy. Okay, it just leaves. Vespiquen comes onto the field. Shadow Ball goes out and removes Vespiquen. I think this is a big moment because now knockoff is free for Tornad, and it can start setting up spikes. There is a different win condition here now, I think, for Tornad.
Yeah, Clodsire hits the field. Wait, Clodsire doesn't threaten with a one-hit KO.
Well, the unaware, I guess, invalidates. We've seen Make It Rain comes out, brings it to 14% health. It's still a +1 Goldango. Earthquake comes out and is not enough. Clodsire could go down here.
Man.
Or maybe the move was to chip.
If Clodsire goes down, Magnezone eats this team alive for breakfast. I think for the first time in the entirety of the tournament, Pope is the one in the back seat right now. Game 5 is looking more likely than ever.
I think you're right.
Oh my goodness. Dude. Pope is saying no longer fine. Oh my goodness.
Turn the chat back on here. No longer fine. Okay.
Dude, are we go? Oh. I don't know what happens here. No, because even if okay, Clodsire got way too low. There's no way you ever are able to wish pack. It's tough. It's really tough because I think your only way to bring Clodsire back to life to prevent Magnezone from, cleaning up the rest of your team is simply just by having switching into a potential discharge that might be redirected for Alamola. It's not fully out, but if Tornado is always playing with that in mind, I think that he has won from this position.
I think that's right. I really think Meowscarada is much more powerful now with Vespiquen gone. And even as the game, if it were to get late in the game, we haven't even seen the Avalugg come out. There are options still in the back for Tornado, whereas Pope is whittled down to 4 Pokemon here, and it's Clodsire, Alomomola, Clefable, who we haven't seen, I don't think, and Dondozo. And the counters here are very limited. We see Dondozo come in. It is going to eat a sleep turn here as it eats a Shadow Ball. Special defense drop. That, I think, might be it.
That's the game, I
think.
And
Dondozo does go down. Wow.
Yeah, Dondozo doesn't even burn sleep. It should be over from here on out.
Alomomola on the field, back at full health finally. But now there are only 3 Pokemon over here. Recover comes out from Goldango, staying safe as Whirlpool comes in. Yep, well done. I wonder if you see a Protect here and you just go for the Nasty Plot. You do go for the Nasty Plot, but there is no Protect. Wish comes out from Alomomola. This does maybe give an option for Clodsire to return to full health, but
there's
I don't know if it helps.
Alomomola
goes down to a crit!
Oh, it's over. It's over.
My god. It's not in the cards for Pope.
Lord.
Clefable comes onto the field. It's a +3.
Tornado Blanche wins, and we go down to the very first Game 5 of the CWC. We're going all the way down to the wire. This is what I expected from these types of matches. Oh my god.
Wild.
Tropimon has brought it back. They've lost the first 2, won the second 2, and the pressure is all on for the 5th battlers. Insanity, man.
Incredible. I didn't even
Hope
download
of Arceus
the 2-2.
Suffering his first...
No, go on.
Hope of Arceus suffering his first loss in the entirety of the tournament. Oh my goodness, dude. And it was a 6-0. I'm shocked. I was not expecting Pope to lose. He's been, just in an unstoppable force. But anything can happen when you're between 2 teams of the highest caliber.
Very true.
Oh my goodness. And it's going to be singles for the very last match of the tournament. So it doesn't look like a Delias is going to be making a date, or it's going to be showing up in this match. It's probably going to be, I'm guessing, Arceus for Roanoke and Peachad for Tropimon.
Wow.
Oh my god. I can't believe it. We are officially 3 hours and 11 minutes in with 1 match to go. What else would you expect from the finals? Come on now.
No, this is a perfect turn of events as far as I'm concerned. That was a very well played game. And as the first, maybe true Sol, I really just, when Absol went down, that was very impressive. I think just gameplay in general, the Magnezone, maybe it's a match preview kind of thing where you see, what you're up against, and Pope maybe saw some issues there. But the Magnet Rise coming out and the Absol going down, those were massive turns to let Tornado just sort of keep applying pressure.
Yeah. Oh man. Now I will say, I really am expecting the final match to be Peachad versus Arceus. Both players who have played singles in the past for both their teams, and neither of these really tend to to run stall. We really do see more balanced / offensive teams from these guys, so it should be a faster match. But oh man, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. This could really go either way. Jesus.
Whew.
Jesus.
Well, folks, the Cobblemon World Cup will conclude after this match, no matter what now. There's only one battle left, and whoever these battlers are that are selected by their teams, they will be representing Tropimon and Roanoke to see who can become the first victor of the Cobblemon World Cup. There will be more of these in the future, so...
This is the highest stakes match of the entire Cobblemon World Cup. Oh,
yes, indeed.
Winner lifts the trophy for their team. Will it be going back to France, or will it be going to the United States? My oh my. Let's see, how many people are on the server right now? We've got 69 nice on the server right now, 199 watching the stream. Let's see, any cool people in the crowd? Let's look around maybe.
I thought you were gonna, I really just thought you were gonna turn towards Heroku and just go be like, psh, which is cruel.
we
Look at this
can
chin.
skip him.
Look at that chin, my god. Glorious.
Very cool goggles on as well. Wearing the Cobble Dev jersey. Oh man, let's see who else. We have Tropimon over here. Oh wow.
We got who I suppose.
We have a melon in a suit that hit the field. Interesting.
I thought this was a sponge from far away. But I see the melon now.
I can see it. We got the Roanoke side. Both sides looking very jittery right now.
Oh, everybody's, man. I'm sure, fired up. You know, the fact that this stream has been going on for 3 hours doesn't matter at all, I'm sure, to these players. It has all come down to this, a month of work and more, because prep time has gone in. Selection of these battlers on some of these tournaments have been, on some of these servers have amounted to tournaments within their servers. I think that this, is a culmination of multiple months of work, of strategy, of preparation, of battling on the showdown ladder. Not only for the building of this server from the Cobblemon build team and some friends, but also for these players to figure out what the best way to win is. And now we're going to get a chance to see the last efforts, the last ditch efforts of these two teams to see who can bring home the trophy. And maybe there's some jitters going on with the poke pastes.
Yeah, the crowd going wild. We see Moda in the back. One of the players crucial to guaranteeing Squirtle Squad was able to secure a third place finish in yesterday's match against Aureus MC. We see the Gengars taking over the stands, a Dinnerbone Gengar as well. For Roanoke right now. Oh my goodness, a lot of spectators.
All right, I have received both sheets. I will share them immediately and cue the matchup.
Oh, this is gonna
the
be a
loser
good one.
definitely won't be permabanned. Sorry. Yes.
Yep, Tornad has another. Tornad will be logging back on Tropimon. Oh my goodness.
Another Tropimon player survives, but we'll see whether or not this last one can stick around. Once these players enter preview, I will share these poke pastes with you all.
Yep, and it is going to be. Oh, let me wait for them to queue up.
And I will end this poll now, since I think there's no more time for y'all to make your decisions about who will win. We had 600 votes, and Roanoke came in with 62%. Of course, maybe people came in and voted when it was 2-0, but it is now 2-2. 62% voted Roanoke, 37% Tropimon, and here it all comes down to these two battlers. I don't think they're in preview yet. I will reveal them once they are.
Yeah, I think we are just waiting for the Roanoke battler to say that they are ready. Let me just make sure. Alam, I'm pretty sure you're safe to queue up the match now.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
That's right. Now's the time to root for your team. If you're going to have your voice heard, now's the time to weigh in.
Oh my goodness.
And if you're
You
a
see,
streaker,
right-
maybe don't weigh in. What was that, Nov?
No, you see, when we were discussing what else we might unban for the spectators in the CWC, we know that some teams have been walking around with firework multi-launching crossbows ready to be spammed. So we didn't end up unbanning it, I think, for the sake, but you know, maybe we have that send-off available at the very end. Oh man. Now, I'm going to look at the matches that both of them have. Have we already chosen? It looks like we're still waiting. Somebody probably went AFK.
I'm gonna share these, and I'm going to baton pass to you for another minute here. So
Yep,
as these
both-
players are now in, here we see the Roanoke sheet is already in chat, and Tropimon sheet coming in now.
Yep. Now, awesome. So it will be Arceus representing Roanoke. Let me move their staff along so that it's only Arceus on the stand. Tropimon looks all set up. Oh man. Now, Pichad has only played one match in the Cobblemon World Cup, but he does have an undefeated record in singles. He did win his match against Leno in the Planeta Cobblemon Knockout. Arceus, I believe, has played 3 matches. He did take a loss in the first match for Roanoke, but he has bounced back since then. A very strong singles battler. He is rocking the Zoroark team again. Zoroark put in a ton of work for him last time. It's going to be a whole lot of mind games, and so I'm very excited to see what both of these players are bringing. We do see Pichad as well with a offensive Glamora lead team. Toxapex will be there in the back, able to soak up any toxic spikes that get set up on the field, but it doesn't look like they have any other form of hazard removal. Neither side of the field has hazard removal except for the Glamora with Mortal Spin. So if Stealth Rocks go up, they will be up for the remainder of the match. I'm curious to see just how. I think Primarina. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. I imagine that Pichad probably wants to get his rocks set up as soon as possible, as well as the spikes. Goldango looks really good into the team, and we have started. We see Chestnut leading off against Glamora.
Now, last time we saw the Hisuian, we saw the Zoroark on turn 1 last time, I believe. Is that do you recognize what I was gonna say, or?
No, I'm saying Arceus plugging his team store.roanoke trying to get people into their service store. That's way too funny, man. That's way too funny. In the final match of you see Vier, the Glamora, also hitting the field. Now, Glamora does threaten this Chestnut with a big sludge wave, if I'm not mistaken. Let me make sure it does get that move. It does.
Oh my god, the names are still that.
Dude. Oh my lord.
How do I do this? Let me see something here.
Crazy. Oh man. Now Glamora doesn't really appreciate facing off against Garganacl, so we are probably gonna see the
I have fixed the stream. Anyway. You got far away there, I think. Just mic-wise. Essentially.
Yeah, my fault. I got up for a quick second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we do see this Garganacl eating the Sludge Wave handily, and there has been some what do we call this? Censorship on stream.
Oh man. That's funny. Now, there is something that should be noted. Arceus being very bold. There was a rule put out that you can't nickname all your Pokemon the same exact thing. And
Oh,
he's dancing on that line, you know. Now,
well,
oh,
thanks to Ambipongus's noble sportsmanship, I don't feel too rough about it. And with proper censorship, it's not a problem for me. But you decide that is we'll see how things are handled. This is a Cobblemon World Cup, not a slackline competition or some sort of balance over the Grand Canyon. I will not censor the French names. They're beautiful. So we do see a Salt Cure into this Goldango, but it is covert cloaked, I believe, because we don't see the Salt Cure ship.
Make It Rain is looking very devastating into the opposing side of the field because the only Pokemon that really takes that is Toxapex, which doesn't do anything to to Goldango in the end. They love running that covert cloak. It looks like they really expected Roanoke to want to bring Garganacl to many matches, and it's paying off real nicely here. Toxapex does hit the field, soaks up the Make It Rain. We do know it's a Toxapex, and oh, it's a Jetpack.
Chestnut comes back in.
Ooh, now I wonder if this is Chestnut or if this is Zoroark right here.
Oh, right. Well, Chestnut is immune to Shadow Ball, right? So.
Yeah, Chestnut doesn't really run heavy-duty boots, so it's very likely that this is the Zoroark. It likes to run leftovers instead.
Oh, but it outspeeds, right? Yeah, this is the trouble. Is like I know.
Sorry
most
about
of the
that. It would outspeed.
Yeah.
It would outspeed.
We do have people in chat saying that is Zoroark, and I imagine that that's probably true. The trouble, one of the only troubles maybe with Zoroark in this format is like when we're streaming it, I do feel bad if these players wait long enough. There is some intelligence to be gained potentially. Not to say that we will be correct. We've been wrong plenty, but it does potentially make a difference as that eject button is consumed on Toxapex.
Yeah, I imagine that maybe the Primarina comes in. Does Zoroark get U-turn? It does get U-turn. We've seen it U-turn into Hisuian Samurai in the past. So I think that it's tricky. It's tricky. Because if Goldango stays in, calling the bluff, calling the U-turn out, another big hit could be coming out that threatens Arceus' team.
Well, these players are considering their moves carefully, and early on in the game, it's even more complex, of course, without really having much information revealed. As we see Goldango face down against this Chestnut or perhaps Zoroark.
Yep. Our lovely developer Neo has hit the arena, making his way over here. Of course, the lovely developer of the tournament mod.
Let's go. Big props for Neo Vitalism. We're paying attention to chat, right? This isn't a bug. I can't see chat.
Yeah, we are paying attention.
Okay,
Yep,
cool.
no, all good, all good. I guess it's really Peachard right now who's deciding what Pokemon he wants to have switch in. Because if it is Zoroark, it definitely has to be Zoroark. There's no way it's anything else. I guess it's just deciding on what absorbs the knockoff.
I wonder, I mean, so Zoroark has a special attack stat of 125 and does have access to Nasty Plot. Is there any world where we see it try and set up? Because there aren't that many Pokemon that are like faster than it, I guess. That's all.
Shoot, I think you only ever Nasty Plot if you call out that the Zoroark isn't going to be going for knockoff, but it's just such a likely move. It's so free because you get value out of it no matter what.
No, I meant, do we ever see the Zoroark use Nasty Plot?
Oh, I don't think that it has a good special move pool in this meta right now.
Oh, you're right.
It doesn't get anything except Night Days, actually. So
we see the move come out. Pursuit.
Pursuit.
But Recover keeps Goldango healthy, as Pursuit only hits about half health. I don't think that's its most powerful move. Of course, Pursuit being more effective if Goldango had swapped.
Wait, this isn't another Zoroark, mind game to play. It is Zoroark. It is Zoroark because it does get Pursuit.
Oh.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. If the Zoroark goes for Pursuit again, but the Goldango stays in, the Make It Rain should kill.
Oh,
it hangs on. Oh, wow.
Is it EV'd for this? Maybe.
No, Zoroark should be able to just go for the knockoff here and pick up the kill. No, it could even just go for Pursuit and pick up the kill. We saw it go from, 92% down to 37, so it certainly picks up the kill here. But yeah, Goldango should be removed now this turn, but the Zoroark down such low HP, and importantly, with the Zoroark being that low, it's going to be a lot easier to tell what the Zoroark is in the back, because every time you see a 6% HP Pokemon come in, you know it's going to be the Zoroark.
So first, Pokemon down, Goldango on Pishad's side of the field for Tropimon, as Roanoke gains an early lead in terms of the Pokemon.
That's really big. That's huge for Arceus. Goldango being removed from the match does mean that Clefable, Guard, Mamoswine, Toxapex are all going to be able to put in just so much more work because Goldango's no longer going to be there to sit on them anymore.
Yeah, it's almost like that Zoroark. Like it does have obviously a very good matchup into Goldango, but it has done its job. Maybe
interesting that he brought in his Samurott. If this, ooh, wait a minute. I wonder. If this is heavy duty boots Zoroark, it should have a free U-turn to do massive damage to Samurott right here. I wonder if maybe Pichot spent that time calculating the damage just to kind of see if it is maybe banded or something like that. But if this isn't choice locked, it should very much go for the U-turn. So maybe we see Sucker Punch here, anticipating that. Ceaseless Edge just isn't as free as it seems right now. Yeah, I do think net exchange over there, Arceus definitely came out on top. Goldango was just going to be such a huge nuisance for him to deal with, and by being able to remove it from the field, his team opens up tremendously, and I'm sure Pichot would be very nervous. Ceaseless Edge does come out. It lands. Do we see Rocky Helmet potentially on that? No, there is no Rocky Helmet, but the spike is set up.
So is
now,
that
I
the
saw in chat
or first?
That's the first layer. I mentioned heavy duty boots Zoroark before, but there actually wasn't any hazard set up. Yeah, so
that's why I asked that, because I remembered you saying maybe there were boots or something. But yeah, we do see a hard swap over to Chestnut as Ceaseless Edge comes out, and now there are spikes on the side of the field. And if that if that Zoroark isn't booted, it will not be able to survive the switch in, which of course can be useful in terms of sending an attack into air. But we see a Leech Seed come out onto this Glamora from Chestnut as it comes back to 95% health. It is not rocking leftovers though, as Garganical comes back onto the field. Stealth Rock set up by Pichot.
Go up. So a layer of spikes and stealth rock are now active on the field on Arceus' side. I'm assuming that he gets the stealth rock set up over here as well. Very free into the Glamora. You don't want to hit it because you don't want toxic debris. I guess it doesn't matter if you have the toxic specs in the back. But these layers of rocks and spikes are never going. Arceus is never going to be able to get rid of it, which is very important.
We do see a swap. Glamora comes out. Meowscarada comes in, eats a stealth rock.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a rocks on both sides.
Yeah, threatens a huge flower trick here. I guess Chestnut is the only thing that would ever want to try to take it. Is at risk of play rough or something like that. Glamora is still alive and will be able to mortal spin later down the line. Now, we have seen Choice banned in Meowscarada in the past. I wonder if that's something T-Chat might have. Scarf is still the most popular item, but just gotta wait and see.
In this matchup, I do think Band could work out fairly well, as most of the Pokemon they're facing, I mean, like a lot of the time we'll see Meowscaradas face off against each other with both Scarfs maybe. But in this matchup, at least, if it were Scarfed, that seems like it would be to its advantage. I mean, sorry, banded. And this is a base mod pack, just Cobblemon for anybody playing in this tournament. And Clefable makes its way onto the field. Trick goes out.
Oh, that's a big trick to have come out onto the Clefable. Clefable loves having access to its entire utility move pool, but with that Choice Scarf, that is real nice for it. Meowscarada is going to be free to swap moves around, and it does. You know, it's fine with not having that Choice Scarf because it will naturally outspeed a lot of the Pokemon on Arceus' side of the field either way. U-turn comes out, Glamora right back in.
Copycat does come out.
Copycat again. U-turn.
But it is U-turn.
Oh, the toxic debris. I'm guessing Toxapex comes right back in. Wow, if that Meowscarada. Oh, it doesn't get any hazard damage, so it is heavy duty boots. I do believe, unless this is Choice Scarf Mamo, Glamora will naturally outspeed, and it can dish out a really hefty power gem here.
So there's one set of spikes, one set of toxic spikes, and stealth rocks on both sides. The spikes are both on Arceus' side of the field, where Mamoswine is currently. And I believe
Copycat Clefable making its second appearance. Its previous appearance was brought by Pope of Arceus in Roanoke's match against Squirtle Squad MC. I believe that it was able to Salt Cure, or Copycat Salt Cures and do massive damage to the opposing side of the field.
That's phenomenal to see. Man, the only thing that I don't like about the Trick Meowscarada strat is just how you then don't want to knock off. I like that strategy a lot, but the ability to soak a knockoff after that is kind of scary. We do see Mortal Spin come out from the Glamora on Pishad's side of the field. It does manage to clear the rocks that were set up, but it does go down. It poisons Mamoswine and goes down to an Earthquake.
Yeah, that poison chip could be huge in the long haul. Both layers of spikes of toxic spikes are also up. Being able to both chip and poison the Mamoswine is definitely going to go a long way over here. Toxic spikes can of course come in. It should be able to eat any hit from Samurott. I think we're yet to see Swords Dance Samurott in this entire format, but if there is a Swords Dance Samurott, it could become very, very dicey for Arceus. So
now the two Pokemon down on Pishad's side of the field. a lot of hazards up, but Toxapex being able to soak up some of them. Zoroark at very low health for them, and Clefable having the Choice Scarf. It's not as if things haven't been coming along for Pichot. They are setting up some things, but they do need to get some more momentum here in order to keep this battle feeling even.
Yeah, I mean, with no hazard removal, you expect Arceus to have a lot of heavy-duty boots Pokemon on his side of the field. So these hazards that he has been setting up, they might not really come into play too much, especially because Clefable was the Pokemon to soak up the Choice Scarf. It doesn't care about any of the items that are on the opposing side of the field.
True. Yeah, that's what I mean about the knockoff strategy, is like, if you're going to be using a lot of hazards and you're going to also use Trick, you're kind of injuring your own strategy a little bit. It's a little bit anti-synergy, I think, because now you don't want to knock off the boots that you might really profit from knocking off. We do see a swap. Mammoth leaves the field for Toxapex, soaking up the spikes. And Cecil's Edge comes out, but misses.
Misses? Ooh, that's a huge miss. That's a huge miss.
If only
that
it was Sword
prevents
Stance.
Another layer for coming up. Oh, yikes. Yeah, if this Toxapex not having heavy duty boots means it would be suffering tremendously from all of the hazards that keep getting stacked up, but it's really lucky that it didn't get hit by that Ceaseless Edge right there.
Yeah, we have already seen the item out of this Toxapex as the eject button. Swords Dance does come out now.
Ooh. Wait, I think he predicted. Great play by Arceus. It looks like Pichot was anticipating a Baneful Bunker of sorts. Oh, if this is Baneful Bunker Toxapex, it might be able to stall out this Samurai, having just the toxic damage chip or stack up over time. Really good toxic by Arceus.
We do see it leave the field for Chestnut. Actual Chestnut. Ceaseless Edge comes out, hitting for about 30% health as Poison starts to ramp up.
Yeah, another layer of spikes did go up, but it does mean that this Samurott isn't really going to be able to pick up a KO from this range, and it's probably going to want to just switch out so it's not taking any more toxic damage.
Sounds right. Man, here would be...
Chestnut probably going to go for Leech Seed to try to chip the opponent as well as regaining HP. I doubt Meowscarada or anything like that comes in. Man, the Goldango going down for Pichot is huge because Goldango would have been able to put in so much work. But Arceus knew his team was susceptible to go get Goldango, which is why he has the Pursuit Zoroark, which always does end up defeating Goldango in those 1v1 situations, making sure it never leaves the field.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal trap there, laid by him early on in the game, and came through very quickly. Right now, there are 4 Pokemon left on Tropimon's side of the field for Pichot and 6 for Arceus on the Roanoke side. Ceaseless Edge misses as Seed Bomb comes out, predicting the greed, and Poison will take out this Samurott. Oh, you don't want to see that be your way out.
It looks rough for Tropimon right now.
It does. That is 2 misses. We've seen it before, earlier on for Roanoke, missing the Ceaseless Edges, but now Samurott misses 2 more Ceaseless Edges for Tropimon, and Pichot is down to 3 Pokemon as Primarina comes on against a Chestnut.
The only thing that can threaten Chestnut looks like with something like a big Moonblast, but it probably is taking a massive Seed Bomb in return.
Yeah.
Let's see. What are these speed tiers looking like? Primarina is naturally slower than Chestnut, but Primarina does like to have some speed investment in the tournament, so if it is faster, it could pick up a big KO with Moonblast. Spiky Shield goes up, Moonblast comes out.
Is that a way of just maybe choice locking it? I'm not certain. I mean, of course, stopping the damage, but...
Yeah, just a way to kind of scout what moves the Pichad would have gone for here.
We see Chestnut leave the field for Toxapex as Moonblast hits into it, bringing it to about 45%
It was
health.
some pretty big damage, yo. I'm kind of shocked by that. Is anything going to be able to switch in? Nothing really wants to take a Toxic here. I feel like if you're, it looks so rough for Pichad because Toxic from this Pex is so free. Recover is so free.
Mm.
I can't see Pichad breaking this anymore. I think that Roanoke is going to be able to clutch it out and bring home the win. I don't know how you break through the Toxapex. Maybe you just try to get more spikes up with Samu later down the. Samu's dead. Never mind. That spike is never. That third one is never coming up. Would have been really impactful here, but we do see recover go out.
Special
Yeah.
attack drop. Not that that's going to matter too much for this Toxapex, but somebody mentioning Encore from Primarina. It is a move that it gets, but I don't think I get the feeling that this maybe is a choice locked Primarina. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really have anything to set up with if it does Encore. You know, it doesn't really do anything for your position. We see Meow come in, gets Toxic. And Tropimon is on a timer. It's not looking good for them. RC is playing extremely well in this match. Man, I'm such a big fan of his Zoroark play to make sure to neutralize Goldango, because as soon as Goldango went down, Pichad's entire match, his entire game plan probably went out the window.
yeah, that has to be the case. With that pursuit trap early on as being so impactful, I mean, I love seeing these incredible battles. That was one of the first times we've seen the main threat maybe be removed. This leftovers doing a little bit of work for Meowscarada. I'm not sure exactly how much damage that last flower trick did. Is this enough? Oh, we see a baneful bunker.
Oh, there's the baneful bunker. Yep, that Toxic just ramping up slowly over time.
Toxapex leaving.
Chestnut hits the field, eats that flower trick super comfortably. Right now, Chestnut should have the freest seed bomb of all time.
Yeah, and Meowscarada leaves for Primarina. The
bulk up. Interesting move. I wasn't expecting that at all. Maybe he was anticipating Dragonite to hit the field. Yeah, that was a very greedy bulk up to go for. I wonder. Wait, I don't think Toxapex survives Chip plus the hit Moonblast.
Just barely.
It doesn't.
Oh, but now
doesn't.
Yeah.
This next. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Toxapex out for Regenerator again. Wait, oh, Zoroark taking the Moonblast here.
Guys.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I got so nervous. I thought that was a battle bug for a second.
Well played. Well played.
Oh, my heart dropped for a moment.
We're on turn 27. I think that was the first one to go down for Arceus. And now the Garganical comes in across from Primarina, who I think it seems to be locked into Moonblast, although this could have been a bait.
Nah, surely it is locked into Moonblast. I can't imagine it not being. I can't imagine it not being Choice Specs and doing that much damage to Toxapex. The interesting part here is that if you do switch out your Primarina and the Toxapex comes in freely, it's gonna get that Regenerator.
Yeah.
To hopefully maybe put it into range of tanking Moonblast later down the line and stalling out the Primarina. But this Primarina is really going to have to pull its weight in this match.
Well, Pishad is, I'm sure, playing chess till the very end here. As Meowscarada comes back in, poison, gets salt cured. It's going to be very low health. It may only have 2 turns here. Max. Oh no, it has 1 turn.
Spiky Shield is very likely to just come out right here to waste the time. Spiky Shield is a guaranteed kill into the Meowscarada here.
Oh, you mean if we see Chestnut come back? Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought that this was a Chestnut on the field. Yeah, Garganot, you're right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I looked over at the model and thought that was Chestnut because the shinies are so similar in color in the little frame.
Well, I think that this one is threatened, but it's only got 1 turn, and I think you're right that we may see Chestnut come onto the field regardless. It does threaten the Seed Bomb, and it does threaten the Seed Bomb, and it can absorb the Flower Trick. And yeah, there's a lot of tools left for Arceus. Chestnut does come on. A U-turn coming out. I like this play, but Meowscarada, nice. I don't know if it gets back onto the field either.
It should be able to get on, like maybe 1 or 2 more times as long as it doesn't take any other sort of hit.
Mm-hmm. Chestnut to 33%.
You know,
it wasn't 2-hit KO for that.
Primarina right back in. And again threatening big moon blasts. Oh wow. You know, things are getting real dicey now with this Primarina. Shoot, I really don't know which way this goes. I wonder
Spiky Shield comes out. Sparkling Aria is locked in.
I think Sparkling Aria is honestly enough to pick up a KO on this Chestnut. It's probably enough to pick up a KO on the Toxapex as well.
It does pick up the Chestnut.
It does. Oh, wait. Does Primarina Sparkling Aria sweep from here?
Toxapex for a... Oh, no, it's Regenerator for sure. Never mind. It can have Water Absorb, but that's not, of course, what it has. So Toxapex does come in. Spikes take it to 15%.
Dude, no way it takes this. No way. Is this like AV Toxapex? There's no way.
Is this a hard swap out again? I don't know if it's gaining any health with the generator, but...
No, I don't think it does. Wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute.
And the chat is picking up that there may be some chance here for Prishad to push forward.
Oh,
this game isn't over. We have seen Primarina be one of the greatest Pokemons in this meta, and maybe it will get its chance to shine right here, as it is threatening another KO already. We are all on bated breath. Baneful Bunker comes out, stalling a turn. Sparkling Aria coming out.
Delaying the inevitable.
I don't know what the PP is on Sparkling Aria, but I don't think it's low enough for this to matter.
It has, it has like 24 as well. Dude, what is happening? Dude.
Sparkling Aria coming out, removing Toxapex. Another Pokemon down for Arceus. That's 3 down. Garganical, Clefable, and Mamoswine still stand. Garganical comes onto the field.
Guard does not take specs. It does not take specs. Sparkling Aria.
Wide
is
Guard
it a Primarina sweep? Why Wide Guard?
I thought maybe.
Oh wait, Wide Guard protects.
Yes.
Wait, Wide Guard protects.
Is this a?
What?
Wait, what?
Wait, and you can spam Wide Guard, and you can spam Wide Guard.
You can Wide Guard, spam it, but how much PP does it have?
What?
Is this a PP stall? Base PP. Wait, Mac. Oh,
what?
A lot, I
think. Wide Guard is insane.
Secret tech finally revealed.
That's way too funny, man. That is way too funny.
Okay.
Sparkling Aria has 16 PP, and Wide Guard also has 16. So if this guard can use Wide Guards the entire time, and it's gonna be enough.
Well, here comes the swap. I was gonna say, if there's predicted, then you can get it off. The Wide Guard goes off, but Meowscarada gets in for free, and it is faster than its Garganical. Now, is there anything in the back that wants to take a hit from this Meowscarada? Because while Garganical does counter Primarina, I suppose that's all that needs to be kept safe. Maybe that is the truth of it. Flower Trick comes out. The poison damage, of course, mattering.
Yeah, the leftovers that it tricked from this Clefable early on coming in huge to make sure Meow stays on the field. But dude, I don't think you can beat Primarina.
Well, if it is Specs and it runs out of PP because of the Wide Guard, is that it?
But it has Moonblast as well, and Moonblast should also be a
true.
2-hit KO on Garg.
Yeah, the other Pokemon to worry about here is the Mamoswine. That's the only other Pokemon left, I believe.
Dude, Wide Guard is the craziest thing I think I've seen in doubles.
An insane tech here.
I can't believe that it actually worked here too.
That
That's
was
way
pretty
too
wild.
funny, man.
Wide Guard in singles. You don't see it very often. But that's what the finals are for. In the Cobblemon World Cup, as Meowscarada is U-turning out to save itself from any more poison damage, putting in a little bit more chip into this Clefable. Clefable at 46%. And Dragonite makes its way on for Moonblast. It does eat it.
It does eat it, but this Clefable is locked. I don't think it makes any difference. I don't think so. Primarina, as the moment it comes in, is just going to be able to go for its Moonblasts again.
This is incredible.
Maybe at most you chip. I guess you can chip. You can do a little bit of chip right here. I don't know. I can't
I
see
don't know.
guys
I'm with you.
I can't see the Primarina being broken down. There's no more Mamo, there's no more Chestnut, there's no more Toxapex. Both sides of the field knowing exactly how to break the opponent's defenses down.
Fire Punch coming out.
I thought
Moonblast again, and this will not be enough.
Oh, so Fire Punch to... I guess it was the best move to hit Clefable. It's usually when we see Dragonite with Fire Punch, it's because it's also running Outrage, Roost, and Dragon Dance.
Extreme Speed is not enough to pick up the KO. That could be very impactful. Moonblast does come out, and this Clefable is at 4%, but if it can switch out... Well, I don't really know. It can be pivoted around potentially to try to heal, but of course it is holding a...
There's
or
no
Choice
way.
Scarf. So
Wait, does it outspeed Primarina? And maybe Chip?
I don't think so. I could be wrong about that. But here comes Meowscarada threatening here very heavily. I think likely to U-turn here. I could be wrong. I mean, of course, potentially challenging other things, but U-turn here, saving it from some poison damage. U-turn comes out, takes down the Clefable. Now there is only Mamoswine and Garganical on the other side of the field as Primarina comes back out, and Meowscarada, importantly, not taking any poison damage that turn. This is insane. That Meowscarada at very low health is the only other Pokemon on Pishad's side of the field. And now it is a full health or near full health Mamoswine and Garganical. Hit me, no. What was it?
It's so tricky. It's so tricky. Because if it is... Okay.
Here comes Garg.
With Salt Cure... Oh, it's just... Oh, it's so tricky. It's so tricky. If it goes for the Salt Cure to try to chip Primarina to have it go into the Mamoswine range, it could very well be, the move, because it is that 25% chip at the end of every single turn. But if Primarina goes for the Sparkling Aria right here... I guess it can go for Sparkling Aria as much as it wants. It's probably going to come down to some mind games at the very end. Oh my goodness.
Somebody has pointed out it could have Hydro Pump, I think. Is that true?
It doesn't need to go for... does it?
Hydro Pump
man,
connects! Card goes down! There it is! Mamoswine poison comes onto the field at 85%. Incredible. This
I think
this Primarina is locked, but it can leave the field as well. Easy sacrifice. Yep, there it goes. Meowscarada comes in, drops from an Earthquake, no doubt. And Primarina is going to come back onto the field to take on this Mamoswine. Doesn't have to go for pump. It can Sparkling Aria now.
Should kill right here.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a question.
Dude, if this it's not even banded Mamo. Is it really down to the last Pokemon on both sides of the field?
We have people saying no crit, no
I don't
crit.
think you go down. I don't. Oh my god.
If Earthquake crits, I think is the fear here. So, oh my.
Dude.
Tropimon versus Roanoke. It all comes down to this.
The odds are in favor of Peachot to win this right here.
For sure. Or a freeze. I don't know if it's rocking anything that can freeze, but
I doesn't have Ice School Crash, so I can't go for
yeah, I don't think there's anything it can do for that. I could be wrong, but we won't see a Hydro Pump. I'm sure we'll see a Sparkling Aria. But what we see out of the Mamoswine, I don't know. Rastalize into Dragon. Yes, do it. Oh my god, Novo. Corruption right at the very end here. So sad. Oh, Ice Fang freeze is what somebody said. Oh.
Ice Fang, no. If you, oh no, there's no way. There's no way. Oh my god, I can't imagine what both battlers feel right now. Mamoswine can always hacks its way through. Hacks is always going to be something that exists. It can very well still be here to decide the match.
I'm certain that this Primarina has already locked into Sparkling Aria. I can't imagine there's another play here.
Yeah.
But Mamoswine, I don't know what it does here. I imagine Earthquake is its best chance, but if you're freeze pulling, maybe that is the move. I don't know.
Dude, my heart is beating so hard in my
the
chest.
Adrenaline is here.
Dude.
This is the perfect ending. Storybook ending here between Roanoke and Tropimon. Primarina versus Mamoswine to figure out who will win this tournament after over a month.
They are taking so long to choose the moves.
Sitting there waiting. They're probably messaging each other, just being like, no, give it like another minute.
Yeah, let's build up the tension.
Ice Fang coming out, pulling for the freeze. No freeze, Sparkling Aria comes out. Mamoswine falls. That's it, Tropimon.
He wins it for Tropimon.
Tropimon are the champions of the Cobblemon World Cup. As Primarina, my favorite starter Pokemon, also wins. Tropimon and Pichon on the back of Primarina become the Cobblemon World Cup 2025 champions. They will hoist the trophy. Incredible matchup. Incredible all the way down to the end. As Primarina beats out Mamoswine and most of the entire team for Arceus. Nobody saw that coming.
Oh my god, man. Insane, dude. Insane. Oh, dude. Tropimon 2-0 down, had to play the last 3 matches perfectly, and they have won it. Oh my god. All the Tropimon surrounding the Primarina that won them the tournament. Oh my god.
Wow.
Dude, that Hydro Pump by Peachot was insanity, man. Insanity.
Phenomenal play by both teams the whole time. And there is now a trophy. There's a trophy on the field now.
Oh my god. Tropimon have taken the Copa World Cup, Copa Cobblemon home. Oh, I can't believe it, man. It took 1 month of intense battles all around. Dude. Now you have to imagine that Ambi's rematch is haunting him right now. Now, a lot of respect to Ambi for putting up another for agreeing to the rematch. Roanoke could have won it at the 3-0, but of course, wanting to be graceful, wanting to make sure that they won on their own merit, they agreed to the rematch. Oh my god. Tropimon went undefeated in the World Cup. No team was able to win a set against them. Dude, I'm shaking, man. I'm genuinely shaking. This is insane.
Novo, just to we listed all of the people that did contribute to this project, but Novoro, who has been co-casting this whole tournament with me live, so that we can have a historical look back at the 2025 Cobblemon World Cup put together by Novoro. Thank you, Novoro, for this. And I couldn't ask for a better ending. I agree with you that what you said about Ambi is true. I'm sure it feels harsh maybe to think back on it that way, but honestly, I can't imagine doing it any other way either. I don't think they would be happy if they had won that way. And now I think the real question is, how are you going to come back? Because yeah, the podium is up here. These players are going to be riding high, but Roanoke, they'll be around next year. While I believe that Tropimon may have some bans to deal with, I don't think Roanoke does. And this team will be back. I'm sure they'll be back. And these players will be back. And they did incredibly. There's nothing you can say about it other than they did their best. And my God, it went incredibly well for them. Second place for Roanoke. First place for Tropimon.
Yep. We are getting the podiums filled up right now. Tropimon rushing to fill up that top spot. And we do have Roanoke taking the second one. And we do have a good amount of Squirtle Squad people in here as well, filling in that third place. Ladies and gentlemen, third place, Squirtle Squad MC. Second place, Roanoke Network. And first place, champion of the 2025 Cobblemon World Cup. The first ever is going to France. Tropimon take home the trophy with them. Absolutely phenomenal plays all around. Oh my goodness. Man, what a way to end it. A match 5 that went all the way down to the very last Pokemon on both sides of the field.
Easily one of the best matches of the entire tournament, and so incredible to watch. That was a gift. That was an absolute gift to finish on.
Yep. Oh my lord. That was one of my favorite sets to watch in the entirety.
Absolutely.
Wow, dude. I'm still shaking, dude. I can't believe it got that close, dude. I can't believe it. Oh my god.
I just want to also mention there were 32 teams that played in this entire tournament, and they all put out the best they could. They all came in with good sportsmanship, with hype for their communities and their teams, and there's nothing more to say about that. Thank you to everybody for being a part of this community and for respecting it and treating it with care. As much as I know it must have been hard for Amy to make that call, I really think that that was the right call, and I respect it deeply, and history will respect it deeply. And I hope that, you know, in future years we see Ambi again, and I hope we see them all. I am blown away by how well this tournament has gone and the amazing performances that we've seen, the teams that have come out of it. This was a wild experience, and I hope that everybody enjoyed it, from spectators to tournament organizers to builders to managers and to battlers.
Oh man, Vert, once again, thank you for commentating over this event. These knockouts have just been riveting from one end to the other.
What the?
I'm so happy.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's somebody with my head. I was actually confused when I was in pre-cam earlier, but there's somebody that's rocking my head. And
Oh, that is too funny.
And Novo, it was an absolute pleasure. This was a joy to cast. Thank you for joining me for it. And my goodness, what an incredible tournament ending. First place goes to Tropimon. And wow. That's all I got to say. Wow.
The emotion I feel right now. I love that it ended that way. I love that we had it come down to the wire.
Really did. And that, you know, it looked like Pishad was behind the entire match, especially after Goldango went down, and somehow managed to pull together a win.
Dude, this is crazy. A very bittersweet, you know. I've been like, this event has been in the works for so long, and it finally does reach its conclusion today. Oh my goodness, man.
Well, I would say it was a resounding success in my book, and here's to the next Cobblemon World Cup. Thank you to all our competitors. Thank you to all our organizers. Thank you to the managers. Thank you to the communities that have been here, and thank you to you watching. And I mean, are there any interviews? Do you want to see if there's anybody who wants to
interview? Do you want to do interview?
Absolutely.
Hashtag interview waiting lobby for Tropimon and Roanoke. All right, let's see if we get anybody that wants to come in. Oh my lord. Let's see if anybody wants to join in. I know that for Tropimon, it's ridiculously late. We do see a Roanoke battler hit the lobby, so it looks like we probably will be getting him.
That would make sense.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Let me move Ambi. Let me bring him into the stream. Is this the right channel? Yeah, it is. Let's see, Jebesty. Let me bring him in as well.
Yeah, we'll talk to Roanoke first, and then Tropimon.
Hello, Ambi and Jebesty.
Hello.
Welcome. You guys gamed so hard. That was an incredible match, and
definitely. 2-0 to 2-3 kind of sucks, but you know that's still a very good game.
It was a phenomenal game.
You guys pulled off an insane run from losing the first match and then bouncing back to win every single game after that. Undefeated for the remainder of the tournament up until now. You guys pulled off a fairy tale run, honestly, you know. Just after... my first question is, after that first set of the World Cup, did you guys expect to find yourselves in the finals?
I don't know about expect, but... Yes. To put it quite frankly,
we definitely expected to be at least in playoffs. Definitely.
Gotcha.
Everybody on the team knew that we had the skill to go all the way. So I don't know if expect is the right word, but we didn't feel entitled to it, but we knew we could do it. If that makes sense.
Of course. I mean, from the very beginning, I did always predict it was going to be a Roanoke and Tropimon final. It did end up happening in the most magical way ever. Jebesty, you played today. Tell us about your double set. That was game 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was match 2. I'm a little wiped from watching 3 singles matches in a row where everything was on the line. Okay. But It was a tough set for me because of the Goodra, primarily. That Goodra was just monstrous into my team in particular because of that not quad water resist, but that fat defense and the water resist, and it just resisted everything on my team. Even like super effective hits like Flare Blitz off of the Arcanine or Play Rough off of the Meow were not actually super effective.
Yeah.
So position, like game 2 and game 3 was entirely about positioning as much as possible to get around that, and I got very lucky in game 2 with the Dragonite Live and the correct outrage.
Yep, that was big.
The correct outrage targeting. Props to R7 Air Set. They played very well. Their team was very frightening, and it was like I would give that set a 50-50. So it's, I don't know, it was a great set.
I really enjoyed that.
Oh man, when you go for it, Bert.
Oh, I was just impressed. I mean, it's one of those things where pulling together sort of like the 2-0 run, and people think maybe like if you have a 2-0 lead, that means you've sort of locked it in. I actually think sometimes that is the harder route. And given the choices in this competition where having to pick battlers and having 5, was there any, like, I imagine for you guys it was mostly excitement to have a best of 5, but what do you think, like, I don't know if he's here, but the person who battled the first battle for you guys came out and battled the first battle? Is that right?
Yeah, Guatar is killer. He had a lot of scheduling issues. So he wasn't able to make it to a lot of matches, but he is a fantastic player.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, he proved it.
Fun fact about before the match, he was building 10 minutes before the match he was supposed to be scheduled at, like team building his own, team 10 minutes before. So I gave him my own team, and then that also got messed up. But he still pulled off like an amazing win, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a fantastic thing you put up.
I remember right before that first match even kicked off, I was looking at all like the operator console feedback, and all I saw was Guatai importing his team, editing his team around, and I'm like, wait, this guy isn't even ready for his match. It's the finals. That cracked me up.
To be fair, he didn't really know what to do because that was his first match.
That's
his first match winning like that. You got to put some respect on him.
Oh yeah, that's huge. That's a lot of pressure, and I mean, is very important to the entire like tournament run, of course. But let's talk about the next sort of linchpin there. Ambi, you may not have been the victorious god, the sort of conquering god, but you were the gracious god of this tournament here, as you allowed that disconnection to continue into a second attempted singles game. Do you want to say anything about it?
Well, I personally played in a lot of tours previously to this, obviously with like my competitive experience. I got used to like the types of stuff I see usually, and some of the stuff that I usually see is a disqualification from a crash or something similar to that, and just giving someone the win that way just kind of feels, pardon my language here, I guess, scummy. Like it doesn't feel deserved, right? So just giving like them another chance, just like see if they like kind of like would win the match. I think that's like the better option there.
I think you're right about that. I've said it plenty. I really respect what you did, and I think everybody else does as well. And I also think that down the line, I hope to see you guys again in these tournaments, and I hope to, I haven't known any of your communities really that have been in this tournament, but what you did left a lasting impression on me. Like, I will remember that Ambipongus of Roanoke was the one who had the honor, the nobility to elongate this match and allow somebody the chance where you could have just been like, no, actually, we're good. It's over.
Yeah, if I did that, we would have won 3-0 if I did that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I'm sure that's tough, but at the same time, I think personally you did the right thing, and I think that it will be remembered fondly. And I don't hope it's a heavy chip, but I hope that it's that it is a chip on your shoulder for next year, because as this meta evolves and as our tournaments continue, I'm sure we'll get to see you compete again.
I'll probably be back some way or another.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
And I see lastly, we also have Jonas in here, aka Arceus, the one who played the very final match of the Cobblemon World Cup. How do you feel, man?
I mean, I don't think anybody feels good about losing, so obviously I'm disappointed. I feel like I was in the driver's seat for a lot of the game, especially after I got that eject pack into the Zoroark Pursuit Trap on gold. But just towards the end, especially on, I think it was like turn 24 when I got greedy and bulked up for no reason instead of seed bombing, I feel like that's where I choked the game.
It's hard to say that it's I don't know, personally I wouldn't say it was a choke, but that game seemed to have, certainly you did have momentum after the pursuit trap, and which by the way seemed like a genius conclusion, was that like basically was that the tech that you were preparing for Goldango? First question. This may be simplistic, but
Yeah, I that was just a random team that I made up yesterday. I just had the idea of a jetpack into Zoro and Pursuit Trap. I wasn't really confident in bringing the team, but I didn't really want to bring anything that I already used, so I just sent it.
I mean, first of all, I love that approach. Just by the way, I ask Nov every time we start streaming again. I ask, is this the day we're going to see people pull out new tech? And I think actually we saw a lot of new tech today. So first of all, respect on that. Nova, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to just mention, you were in a really credible position. I also wouldn't call it any sort of choke. I'm sure that when you saw the team preview, you probably weren't expecting Specs Primarina to be, present in the match, because it isn't something that we really see frequently. But I really did enjoy the way you played. You had Copycat Clefable, I thought was going to be putting in a lot of work too. I remember you copycatted U-turn to also keep momentum going up. It really felt like it came down to the very, very end, because even then you had the Mammoth with Ice Fang that could have, pulled off the miraculous RNG to secure the game win. And so I just wanted to comment on that and give you props, because it really was down to the wire till the very last turns.
Truly. Yeah. To add on to that, I think Arceus, there was a palpable feeling of kind of hopelessness to us, actually, where we were like, oh, it's over. Like I think that the game is over, even though 4 Pokemon left, maybe that Roanoke has seized victory here. And what I'm curious, how that felt for you. Was it a roller coaster for you, or was it did you still see holes? Because I actually didn't see any holes. And while that may sound like it's oh, that is a choke, no, that Primarina ended up just being very potent. And the wide guard, by the way, the wide guard tech, we were deeply wondering whether that was going to be the end of it. And welcome, Comp. Welcome in here.
Hello.
Yeah, the wide guard tech is really interesting. It's originally if you can get a soul cure off on Goldango, you can just wide guard and make it rain, can't do anything to you. I think it was Pope who found out that tech. I can't remember exactly, but that was right at the start of the World Cup that we thought of that, but nobody ever got it. And another interesting interaction with it is that if I got up rocks in front of Bamura and I clicked the wide guard, it wouldn't be able to mortal spin.
Ooh.
Wow.
Confirm real quick. Pope did say wide guard on Garg walls gold on June 19th.
Amazing. Yeah, right. That was that was 2 days before the tournament kicked off. That's crazy. I would have never thought of that myself.
That reminds
never in
me
a million years
of a question I'd like to ask you, your whole team. What level of preparation went into this tournament for you all? And can somebody speak to sort of how complex it got, or what your experience was going into this and trying to dissect the meta and figure out what it is that you wanted to run?
Me personally, I really just go with the flow. I don't really prepare that much. I looked at a couple of Master Sans' games, and going in his battle with Ambi, I immediately recognized that one from the replay. But throughout the tournament, I didn't really scout that much of the opposing battlers. But for the rest of my teammates, I'm not 100% sure.
Gotcha.
For me, all that time for prep comes in the builder. For example, the second team that I ran, I believe, was a Comfey team. Which was so a result of all the Dragapults, all the Dracovishes, all the Komo-Os. So mine was kind of seeing what people were using a couple days before and kind of trying to build around what was countering that. And then as the playoffs went on and less games got played, I more just stuck to good teams and tried to get I didn't really practice all that much before this, admittedly, but just trying to, like I said, I spent all my time in the builder instead of getting actual practice in matches.
Yep, making Palance work out as well in Cobblemon
I was very happy to see that work out.
I noticed about Tropimon's team too. They were always battling with each other. Like anytime I looked
Dude.
at like the lobby, anytime I was like team building, I'd always see a match between at least two Tropimon members, and they got too much time.
Agilius and Airset was
I
like
think they do have
yesterday.
too
The
much
entire
time.
lobby was full. Oh, sorry.
That's incredible. I mean,
Funny.
it's one of those things where when you enter a new format, sometimes it's, the strength of, this is the classic question of sort of nature versus nurture even. Is it the person who has the most natural skill, who sort of walks into it and wins? But over time, it becomes who has the best data, who has the best scouting. You know what I mean? As it becomes more of an operation, there's somebody running through match replays and being like, well, this person uses this, so we need to counter with this and all this, But I like hearing that you guys
Really-
basically didn't do that for the most part. Oh, no, go on.
It's really hard to counter team in this tournament, in my experience, because it's such a small sample size. Like, you'll try and I may or may not have an Excel that I used for scouting, and it's like each person has
Go.
like 3 teams total. It's
Okay.
so hard to get a read on people.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I've seen that spreadsheet before of the likelihood of team. That is fantastic.
I think it's
I love
because
that.
like in other team tournaments that we usually see on like any Pokemon team, really, like there's always like someone battling at the time. Like you're not like leaving anyone out. Everyone's playing in most team tournaments on Pokemon, so you're able to get a larger sample size out of them. And I think that's what makes it smaller.
Yep. Comp, I see you in here. Any words for your team that have fought so valiantly throughout the tournament? Comp is the owner of Roanoke Network, of course, just to give the quick introduction.
Well, I'm now bald because that was the most stressful 3.5 hours of my entire life. I'd already lost most of my hair throughout the tournament because every match was very stressful because I know nothing. But I'm so proud of everybody. I can't fault anyone. It went great, and Tropimon won. Me and Hiseko have already DM'd, so no one's fallen out, and I'm very excited for 2026.
Phenomenal. Glad to hear that.
Awesome.
Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you
your
so much,
performance.
Roanoke. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting you guys and watching you guys battle.
Agreed.
Thanks for hosting. Thanks for commentating.
Wonderful
Thank
job.
you.
Of course. Take care, you
Our
guys.
pleasure.
Take care.
Don't forget to go to store.roanoke.network.
Get out of here.
No, not the plug.
Get him out of here. I got him out.
Thanks.
Pick 'em all.
Thanks for having us,
Get
guys.
him all out of
Our
here. That was amazing. That was amazing.
All right. If Tropimon
Dude,
is
you
st-
look
there's
at
a
the
million
interview waiting
Tropimon. Should,
lobby.
should we just jump in there with them?
Got the entirety of
no, it's
Tropimon.
muted. It's muted in there. So let me
Oh,
move them
okay,
all in
okay.
here.
All right.
Celtic did say that he could also offer to do French questions in case you're interested in that verse. So just
Oh,
let
yeah,
me know
sure.
while I move everybody in here.
Well, I don't know.
Alam, could you ping Celtic and have him join in?
What are we gonna
Sounds
do?
good.
Is Celtic gonna translate? Is that what it is, or?
Oh wait. Or no, he said just to have a little bit of French comments that might come his way through. Here, I'm
Okay.
getting everybody in. Oh my god.
Oh my
so
god.
many people in
Okay.
here.
Tropimon,
many
welcome.
Lord.
Hello.
Hello.
In comes Sans. In comes. Oh, I just sent Pichot to the wrong channel. My
Yeah,
fault.
Pichot.
Stream is in here. R7. Let me get R7 in. Spino, the manager, comes in. Celtic
So
making
many
his way in.
people.
Welcome. We have like 20 people in Discord now for everybody listening
Hello,
at home.
Tropimon. Hello, Tropimon.
You're
Oh my
banned. Get him out of here. Loud.
So, how do you guys feel? Everybody at the same time.
That's what I'm dying for.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking.
about the matches. Yeah, I'm literally shaking.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
man,
direct this first at Pishad. Pishad, first, congratulations on locking up the victory here. That last game was incredible, and what I want to know from you first is, did you feel as if you had lost the game at some point, or were you kind of calm and moving forward?
No, I instantly when I saw the matchup, I knew that I had to keep Primarina at full health to tank a hit from any threats, because like he's slower, so he has to trade hits to do real damage and take out stuff like Namus Wine and stuff. But yeah, having my Golden Go trapped by the eject button plus Choice Band.
When you got trapped, you didn't feel like you lost? Honestly, I was really scared at that point.
that's Master
I had
Sans
confidence
talking
in my Choice Specs Modest. I knew
Choice Specs Modest, wow.
Yeah.
You brought that before as well, right? In the knockout or previous knockout, right?
We win this set so many times. It's insane.
Sans, undefeated in singles. How are you feeling, man?
Honestly, I'm just so happy that we got to win, and like the whole cinema that we put through, like the fact that we lost 2 games at the start, and like I was like just so sad that I thought that we were gonna lose, and then the connection on my match.
Oh,
and I was
yeah.
like,
Oh, man.
not on the last match, and the fact that I got through and I did plays that I never did before on the against MB, and yeah, I was just so happy.
Oh man, yeah. Did your heart drop when you saw the disconnect screen?
Oh yeah, no, I honestly I was just heartbroken. Like
Man.
I thought all those trainings and all were just for nothing, just for disconnection.
Yeah, that would be
man.
miserable. I'm really glad that we were able to push forward on that and you were able to continue battling. I'm curious, you mentioned something in there, if you're able to talk it out and share it with the people. You said you did something that you had never done before against Ambi.
Yeah, I did, like, I anticipated because I knew it was MB. Like, I didn't just anticipate by just by the plays that the people do. I anticipated the play because MB was playing against me. Because I knew I probably had like the best player out of the World Cup, and that I knew he was not going to make any mistakes. And so yeah, that's what I did that was different.
That's awesome to hear.
Oh man. Yeah, let's see who else is in here. We see Gothmog. You made your debut. You made your debut in the tournament in the finals. What kind of pressure was on your shoulders to open up that way?
Yeah, but okay, let me explain. It was part of the plan. We didn't want to bring Master San at the first match because we did that the whole tournament. And just
So
happened.
They're going to like contain me.
You were the sacrifice?
Yeah, I was kind of the sacrifice.
He was the cheval de Troie.
I mean,
cheval de Troie.
The Trojan horse. The Trojan horse of Cobblemon.
Okay.
That is way too funny.
Love that.
Oh man.
Yeah, but great teammates. Well played to them. Great.
Yeah, you guys.
R7, I see. Yeah, I see you in here. You took on match 2. We did just interview Jevisty, your opponent, who had a lot of praise to give you. Can you tell us about your match?
Oh yeah. So basically, we finished the team today because we are really struggling to find a team that was on the same thing that I already use. So first, I had a weird team with Trick Room and Tailwind in the same team.
Ooh.
And the goal was the opponent to just guess right or he lose.
Yep.
Yeah, but it wasn't working against every team. Especially we trained against the same team that my opponent used, and it was not doing well against it. So in desperation, I just picked 6 Pokemon I wanted to try, and it was working really well. So that's why I used the team. I'm really happy that I could use the it ran good draw on the World Cup because basically at the first Tropion tournament I bring a hit and one of the admin made fun of it. So my whole purpose on Tropimon was to make sure that Pokemon is gonna show to everyone that it is really strong.
Got you. Oh man.
Wait, Isako really said that it was.
No, it's not Isako.
Oh.
Oh man. Now I want to ask, after losing game 1 and then losing match 2, what was the team feeling like knowing that they had to play perfectly for the remainder of the game? I imagine that once Roanoke sent out or chose singles, I imagine that you guys probably thought, Adelias wasn't going to be showing up because there's no way that they picked doubles again. So were you guys nervous knowing that the last 3 matches were highly likely to be singles?
So to be absolutely real, we realized that Adelias was not going to be couldn't be picked after that we choose singles. So at least for my part, I didn't anticipate that if we picked singles, Adelias would not play again. And so, yeah, we picked singles and realized, wait, Adelias is not going to be able to play.
Yeah, that was your all-star for doubles with the Ballad of Matt and Micah, probably the most legendary doubles team in the World Cup so far. Oh man, Adelias, how were you feeling as a spectator for all of the matches that were coming on?
Oh, that was awful for my art.
Oh,
It was awful for my art. I think I would have preferred to go battle than spectate in terms of stress, because that was so stressful. But at the end, I'm very glad that all the work of our team put in this final. So, yeah. And I want to say also thank you to Roanoke and Ambi in particular for the fair play they have shown during this final.
Good shout. That's a great shout, Adelias. Shout out to
good shout.
Ambi. I have I have one more question, and actually I have 2. First one is, what level of preparation? We heard from Roanoke saying that you guys were basically always in the showdown. Is that true? Who played the most matches, and to what level did you guys prepare for this?
Honestly, I think they are true. I think they are right on that.
You accept this as true?
This is true.
A lot of PGC.
Probably.
Okay, well, respect.
Man.
Was there any tech that you didn't bring out that you expected to maybe be useful?
Yeah.
I have a Victory Bell Sun team for VGT.
Amazing.
And it works well.
And a what?
Scarf has one team that doesn't show up.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
There was also Mass Busting.
I really wanted to play Arctozolt, but I never got the team working, so I just scrapped it. It annoyed me that I couldn't make a team, so I just threw it in the trash.
That's very fair. That's very fair. Now, I do want to mention, Celtic, you're in here. Do you have any questions in French that you would like to ask the Tropimon team?
Yeah,
Feel free to speak French for this section.
Yeah, if you don't mind me taking over in French, I will with pleasure.
Feel free. Well, listen.
Chers membres de Tropimon, félicitations, vous êtes officiellement les premiers champions du monde de Cobblemon.
Oui, croissant.
C'est pas un petit accomplissement. Il y a eu beaucoup de préparation. Vous avez passé beaucoup de temps sur le showdown. Vous avez eu quand même pas mal d'avantages dans le sens où c'était le genre de méta auquel vous étiez habitué. Dans le fond, ça représente quoi pour vous d'être devenu champion?
Ce que ça représente, c'est qu'on va pouvoir se reposer jusqu'à la fin de l'année.
We got no way to moderate this, huh?
Yeah, I was just saying. What if they're all saying bad things?
No, they're not.
I'm kidding.
C'est beaucoup de fierté puisqu'on avait déjà cette réputation justement sur le showdown avant le tournoi. On était déjà très présents. Et donc on avait aussi pas mal de regards sur nous. Donc le fait d'avoir plié ça tous ensemble, c'est un grand moment, quoi.
Ce soir, vous étiez pas vraiment vus comme les favoris parce que quand on regardait au niveau du stream, l'avantage du soutien était plus du côté de Roanoke. Le début du match avait l'air de montrer que Roanoke était en domination. On a eu un gros coup de stress au 3e match avec Master Sans qui se retrouve déconnecté. Et ce retournement de situation qui vous fait revenir jusqu'au dernier match, jusqu'au dernier Pokémon dans chaque équipe, jusqu'au dernier move qui va compter. Qui a eu le plus haut BPM dans le tas? Qui a eu les plus hauts battements de cœur les plus rapides? Qui a failli faire un arrêt?
La 1h30 sera du cinéma, mais absolu.
Ah, c'était du cinéma complet.
Quand j'ai cliqué la dernière arrière de l'écume, j'ai quitté la pièce. Je ne voulais pas voir mon écran.
Compréhensible. Écoutez, moi, ça va être tout ce que je vais avoir à proposer. That's all I have to offer in French. Again, congratulations, guys. France is proud of you.
Okay, I have.
Oh man.
I have one more question, and that is, what are you guys gonna do? You know, like if you win the Super Bowl, they ask you, who you taking to Disney World, basically, or you know, where are you going? You going to Disney World, whatever. It's always the answer. But for you guys,
they come to the Disney World.
So you guys are still going to Disney World? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that you guys have a proper celebration. You guys deserve it. That was a phenomenally played tournament by you throughout, and you guys looked good. You were organized from the beginning with these skins and the visors. And congratulations from all of us, and thank you for being good sports, and thank you for being good representation of your community, and congratulations.
Yep, incredible job, you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you for the event. The organization, it was really, really
for the
great.
organization of the event.
Perfect.
Thank you for all.
Where is the after party? We will see us at the VGC Lille tournament in October or November.
Awesome.
I don't remember.
Make sure to take pictures.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at all of them. But thank you guys, and thank you for making this an incredible World Cup. Congratulations. Enjoy the trophy, and take care, you guys.
Maybe take like a second to like thank Novoro and all the team behind that, the builds, etc. Maybe.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can speak like for everyone participating in the tournament. Like this was really like well made. It was really fun. The communication between the staff and the organization was very smooth. So thanks for that. And yeah, thanks for everyone coming. Thanks for the magnificent builder. I think there was Sleepy. I don't know all the names of the people involved, so I can't really credit them. But yeah, awesome place to fight. So very cool. That's it. Thanks.
Pourquoi il parle comme un russe?
Thank you.
Take care, you guys. Take care. Well, I don't know what he said, but we'll go with it. Okay.
No,
take care, everybody. We're moving people out now.
Thank you, Novoro.
Yes,
Of course. Oh my god.
No DMCAs.
Oh my god.
Thank you, everybody.
Getting everybody out. Get out of here.
Yep, see ya. Okay. All right.
Oh man.
Where am I?
Just 2 more people. All right. Goodbye, Gothmug.
Hey,
and that is it, folks. Oh my goodness, you guys. Well, Vert.
Yep.
That's the Cobblemon World Cup. It's over. All interviews done.
I think that's it.
Wow.
Nov, could you, if you're
feels
in the
weird.
tournament, can you just come over here for me?
Yes.
Just sign off.
Yes. Where? Sounds good. Oh, Alam as well?
Yeah,
Hello.
perfect. All right, well, for all of us, thank you for tuning in. This has been an extraordinary event. Slippy's here as well, our director of content for Cobblemon, and a part of the build team as well, as like one of the leaders for the build team. And we will have this map available for a download. Congratulations to Tropimon. Excellent work by Roanoke, and thank you to all of our competitors and spectators. And we can't wait to see you in the next tournament. Hope to see you there.
Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here. It means so much to the team that everybody was able to show up, do battles. Everybody here in the chat that was, helping out with the commentary every time I might have messed up somewhere, forgot a mechanic. Everybody played a huge part in this, and I'm so grateful and I'm so happy that we actually got to pull this off.
Yeah.
And thank you, Novoro, for doing most of the heavy lifting this tournament.
Indeed.
Like, oh my god. You did so much.
Great work.
Of course, you guys. Oh, man.
Well,
everybody, take care. And thank you so much for letting me host.
We'll see you all in the next Cobblemon World Cup. Take care.